everyone. Can you hear me okay? Audience? Are you there? This dude, audio? Can you hear me? Mic audio a little quiet. How about now? Is that loud? Too loud? Ah, left ear only. You know what? I can fix that. I can fix that. My new microphone is mono only. How's that? Is that better? Does that work? Is that working? Hello? Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Ear. I don't know what that means. Hey, a guy stole my toast. Still a bit quiet. Ah! How's that? Too loud? Alright. The music's not louder than me, is it? Balancing audio levels. Man, this stream is supposed to be about Night of Nights. Alright, I'll turn it down just a tiny bit. I'll turn down the music a little bit as well. Bruh. Okay, I'll leave myself full volume then. The only thing else I can do is just increase the gain on my own audio equipment. There we go. My jaw looks lovely as ever. Thanks. Thanks. We're going to be building some mocks today in studio. And we're just going to be chilling out and chatting about Night of Nights, because if you haven't heard the news, it's out. Night of Nights Book 1 is entirely out on wombatcombatpictures.com. Go check it out. And we're going to be talking about it today. Actually, that reminds me, I was supposed to do one more thing before I start streaming. Let's see. No story spoilers, please. There we go. Haha. Fun. I'll just put that right up in the middle there so that everyone can see it. Alrighty. Hey guys. Sorry about that slow intro. I haven't streamed for months because I hate streaming. You guys didn't know I hate streaming. But I'm doing this so that I can release some kind of content this month. Because I haven't yet. I haven't released a video in like 4 months. So you guys like mocks? I got some mocks here. Some mocks that aren't actually mine. Today we're going to be building the 3 contest winners from the age-old first Toa team contest. So I have all 3 of them here. We're going to be replicating their builds live for you all to see. These, if I make instructions for these as well, these will be released for free on the Patreon, so you guys don't have to worry about paying for instructions for mocks that aren't mine. I'm going to make the chat bigger because it's hard to see. Oh. I'm a little sleepy too. I didn't get a full night's rest today because I was up all night working on KoNKS. So yeah, who should we get started with? I think I'll answer my own question, and we'll just start with Kafu here. So yeah, how are you guys doing? Did you enjoy your holidays? My holidays have been completely and utterly ruined by work so far, so I haven't been able to celebrate any of them yet. But also, Night of Nights, it's out. So that's fun. Kolpila got some weights, I see. time to work out. All right, I need Calma foot piece. Ah, yes, studio. Custom parts. Slow loading. There we go. How are you guys doing today? Chat seems a little slow for the main channel. How did I get Studio? You just download it for free off the BrickLink website. You literally just type Studio in the chat, and then it takes you, or in the chat, literally type stud.io in your search bar, and it'll take you to where you can download it. So yeah, guys, Night of Nights is out. If you haven't checked it out yet, which I'm sure most of you haven't, we're going to be talking about some updates to Night of Nights tonight, and the and the future, the near future of upcoming Night of Nights content. So yeah, I hope you guys are looking forward to Night of Nights finally being finished, and by that I mean the YouTube videos. This is gonna be difficult. It's gonna be hard to focus on building a mock and talking updates, but I'll do my best. Catching up on chat. Somebody was getting abused by Tahu in my previous stream. That's interesting. I don't remember that. So guys, I guess other than announcing that Night of Nights, oh, excuse me, other than announcing that Night of Nights is finally out, there's a few updates to go. So this year was the year of Night of Nights Book 1. I basically spent most of the year in hiatus from the YouTube channel, trying to ensure that Night of Nights got completed this year. And that's why I've been gone for so long. Essentially, I spent the last 4 months releasing and editing KoNKS chapters, which if you don't have notifications enabled, you might not be able to see my community page on my YouTube channel. And if you're not getting regular updates about the community tab on my YouTube channel, and you're missing out on a lot of stuff, because I post there fairly regularly. Yeah, that's the foot done already. So yeah, that's where I've been posting updates about Night of Nights, Patreon instructions, basically everything I've been working on recently. What? So yeah, but updates about the future. So I'm working on hopefully trying to get another video out before this month is over. It might be wishful thinking, but I've got an exciting video in the works that's been a long time coming. Spoiler alert, it's a mock spotlight. There hasn't been a mock spotlight since Karzani, and his was posted over a year ago now. So I need to get back into doing that, because that's the best performing content on my YouTube channel at the moment. And yeah, it's for a very exciting character, so I hope you guys are looking forward to that. Past that, I am planning to be on a hiatus throughout the month of January, because if you don't know, January is the worst month for being a YouTuber, because all advertisers and the algorithm like to take a break during January after working double time in December. So And during that break, I will be working on the rough draft of Book 2 of Night of Nights. Yeah, if you guys want to ask any questions, I'm paying attention to chat. I might not, read basic chat messages, just chatting by default. Oh, I just noticed that my restream chat is still showing. Let me hide that. I'm not using restream right now. It's just a small stream on the main channel. Just to YouTube right now. But yeah, the month of January is going to be specially reserved for me to write the rough draft of Night of Nights, Book 2. And that, thankfully, I have a new writing strategy, which makes writing a lot easier. There is, back when the audio chapters were still coming out for Book 1, I was doing this thing where I was basically writing chapters as I released videos, and that was an extremely inefficient way of writing this story, because basically what I was doing was I was writing a chapter, then I would have to edit the chapter so I could release the chapter as in a written form, and then I would have to write another chapter, the next chapter, edit that so I could release that in written form, and at the same time re-edit the previous chapter so that I could make it into a YouTube video, and then release them both at the same time. Because originally the intention was the YouTube video would promote the written chapter, so people, if they wanted to read ahead, they could. They just read ahead to the next chapter. And basically, what it boiled down to was I needed to try and finalize the chapter before I'd even written the chapters after it. So it ended up I ended up shooting myself in the foot with that, because yeah, that's not a good way to write. So instead, I decided to put all Night of Nights videos on hold and just finish writing the story all at once, which worked wonders, because now the book is done and I have no worries that I'm going to be able to finish the next book in time for the end of the year, or not the end of the year, for the end of January. So yeah, the question: how many books do I have planned? I have 5 books planned. I think I've announced them. I definitely announced them before, but it might not have been super public when I did. Yeah, but there's 5 books planned. They all have titles, and all the plots of the books are planned already, so all it is going to take is me to actually finish writing the stories themselves, which I've been doing a lot faster now. So that's the plan. I'm going to finish the rough draft of Night of Nights Book 2, hopefully, if all goes according to plan, by the end of January. Past that, I've already sent out all the stuff that isn't done by me. I've already sent out updates on all of that to my voice actors and my artists. They are all basically planning, at least hopefully planning, to have their work done by the end of January as well. So while I'm writing Book 2, they're going to be working on voice acting and the remaining artwork, which, if you didn't know, there's going to be some more pieces of artwork. I believe there's like 7 more pieces of artwork that are unfinished that will be added to the story once they're done. So look forward to that. And yeah, after that, it's going to be all in on the audio chapters. So those will start going into production as soon as, well, all the above is done. I can probably start working on them before I get all the voice acting done. And I have plans for the future Night of Nights video, like audiobook videos. And they're going to hopefully be much better than they were before. And in addition, hopefully more visually compelling. I have new plans for how I'm going to do them. They're going to be a lot, I wouldn't say hugely different from the current ones that are on my channel, but they will be altered slightly. And if you guys don't remember from my previous Night of Nights update, I did state I was going to be redoing the first several chapters, because the chapters that were already released in audiobook form, they've all been heavily edited as as they were released years ago. Like, if you guys don't know, Night of Nights has been in development for almost a decade now. I've been working an insane amount of time on this first book, and now that it's finally done, I can breathe a sigh of relief. It's very good. That also reminds me about my next topic. My piece selection is interesting. Well, I'm rebuilding a mock that I didn't make, so technically this isn't my piece selection, but, you know. I need 3D models of these characters, so that's why I'm working on these. Lower leg. Okay. So my next update is, if you look on the channel, you might notice that the existing Night of Nights videos have all been relabeled and recontextualized as the, what did I call them? Early development audiobook version, essentially. So they're still publicly available to watch, but I did unlist the videos. You have to go to the playlist on my YouTube channel in order to watch them now. I just want people that newly let me rephrase that. I don't want people just randomly coming across the series and seeing the old versions of the chapters first and foremost. So in the time being, before I start uploading new chapters, that is going to be the way to go back and watch the old chapters if you want to. But why would you want to do that when the whole book is out on my website, wombatcombatpictures.com? What else was I gonna say? Should probably save this before I get too far into it. Here we go. Alrighty. Leg. Want to take a break from the ads? Are there ads playing? I know I turned on monetization, but I didn't think they would be playing ads on top of my stream. Is that what they're doing? If you guys want to use ad block, I don't mind. Yeah, I'm just checking the YouTube stream right now. Okay. Nah, alright. I'm guessing that was a Spotify joke then. Okay. What am I looking for? Socket connector. Here we go. I love Ty the Tasmanian Tiger music. It's so soothing and relaxing. Alrighty. This one's gonna be fun. If you guys have any questions for me in the downtime between me thinking of what else I was gonna say about Night of Nights, then go ahead and ask, because I do not mind answering questions. Have I updated Noxus, or are planning to? Noxus has had one update in recent history, and that's the version of him with the cloak on. But other than that, his build has not changed drastically at all. Especially, well, ever, to be honest. Hi, Shade. How are you doing? I noticed you came in a little while ago, but I forgot to say hi. Can't change perfection. Yeah, check out his page on the WCP website if you haven't seen the cloak version of him, because he's pretty cool. He's nothing too special, but he's sitting there. Let's get this positioned correctly. There we go. All right. In lift arm. I'm trying to think of what other updates I had for Night of Nights. I had like a bunch to talk about. Oh, what did I mention? So, you guys have no idea how hard it is to try and think up everything you're passionate about all at once. On the spot like this. Gosh. I'm sure it'll come to me eventually. My favorite part in Night of Nights is when Noxus said, "It's Morbin time," and morbed all over Luna Magna. Do you see what it says up here? No story spoilers, please. I'm just kidding. Do you have a mask file for that, Trina? I do. This stream is proudly sponsored by the Sido Pack. King Sidorak has just released update number 4, and it contains the best Kanohi Trino model currently available for free in Stud.io. So go download it right now. Link in, not my description, but check out my Twitter, because I did retweet King Sidorak's tweet. I'm madly in love with the work Sidorak does, King Sidorak does. I just got this little clip here on the side for some reason. And yeah, I think that's it. Yep, that's Kafu's upper leg. You guys haven't heard my voice on the channel for a while, have you? Every video I uploaded this year has either been completely silent or a slideshow. I guess my last video technically did have me in it, so there's that. I'm sorry, but if this is a spoiler, but is Noxus's mask Matoro's? That, I wouldn't really say it's much of a spoiler. It's been revealed, yes, since like chapter 3, that Noxus wears the exact same Kanohi Trino Matoro wore. So, yeah, he retrieved it in Mata Nui. It's a minor story spoiler, but it doesn't really have overly huge bearing on the plot. It's just a cool detail. What else was I gonna say? What else was I gonna talk about? Night of Nights. Night of Nights, guys, go watch it. I mean, read it. Darn. I hate the fact that I'm struggling so much to come up with everything I was gonna talk about. This is why I don't do unscripted content. Night of Nights has been really cool. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Oh, it's here's something I can talk about. It's a little pessimistic, but it sort of has. Yeah, I should have probably taken notes. I've been doing a lot today, so I didn't really have time to take notes before the stream. And this is my last day off before I have to work for another 2 days, so it was either now or never. The what I was gonna say is there's my hope for Night of Nights, at least by the time the videos come out, is I want to see Night of Nights, succeed, obviously, because I made it. But I kind of want it to be, and this might be wishful thinking, but I kind of want it to be one of the fan projects people talk about when they talk about like Bionicle community fan works that are worth checking out. Sort of like how people always recommend everyone go watch like Reviving Bionicle, or like Biocraft Chronicles, or Bionicle NP's Bionicle Ignition movies. Like those all big fan projects, the video games and all that. I kind of hope that Night of Nights is one of those that gets just thrown out and mentioned whenever people talk, or whenever people think of good Bionicle fan projects. And that is kind of my I guess I have a bit of a fear that that's not going to succeed, because I mean I'm already up against the reputation of fan fiction. So at least when the videos come out, for sure, I'm hoping you guys that are already fans of the series will recommend Night of Nights to as many people as you can, and try and get it to go at least popular in the Bionicle community space, at least. But again, I'm not banking too hard on that, because I know how difficult that is to achieve. But that's one of the reasons Night of Nights has taken so long, is because I've been trying extremely hard to make it high quality and worth checking out for people. Like, I know most people don't go out of their way to read fan fiction, or to just read, period. But yeah. Hopefully I can break that preconception about Night of Nights. One particular goal of mine is to get LJ to enjoy the series, because for some reason I'm obsessed with what he thinks about it. I can't explain why. Right. I think I remembered what I was going to talk about. Yeah, I do. So now is the time, guys. If you don't mind prematurely spoiling yourself on the plot of Night of Nights going forward, before the videos are released, I mean, please read the story and give me feedback, whether there be like typos or like writing quality issues or anything like that, because now is the time to do that. If once the videos are done, I will not be editing the story any further. It's bound to change at least a bit from its current state when I make the videos for it, because I'm going to be doing all the narration, and there's probably going to be little tweaks and changes I make throughout the whole book after that. But if you guys want to have any impact, any feedback of yours basically integrated into the story. I basically need as much help as I can get to essentially publish the book. It's not bad by any means right now, but it can always get better, you know? So that's what I mean is if you read the book, you find anything like grammatically, formatically, or like just low quality enough to want to need to require a rewrite, let me know, and you know, ping me in the Discord or anything or something like that so that I can adjust it, because obviously the hope is to get it as good as possible before it's done. Is that really how that goes on there? Something weird about this build. It's been a while since I rebuilt these, so. If I know anyone who has experience in professional writing, maybe you can ask them. That's what I'm doing with the mod I'm working on. So, pretty much everyone, I've pretty much asked everyone I know, personally. Maybe not that has experience in writing, but pretty much everyone I know who has any interest at all in helping with the Bionicle story. I've asked them to to assist me in the editing of Night of Nights, and it's basically taken the last year for me to get all that done. And for the most part, I was the only one that actually had any interest in working on editing it. So, I mean, I did have a lot of help from some members of the Bionicle community, but we ended up not entirely seeing eye to eye on the project in a few places, so we stopped working together. They were essentially going to help me publish the book originally, but it ended up taking too long for my goals. Yeah, I need to change this. Okay. But yeah, if you have any possible feedback, if you want to give any feedback on Night of Nights, if you want to crowd feedback my story, then let me know in the Discord if you find anything worth changing, and give it a read if you can't wait, especially. But remember, no spoilers. Who am I building? Yeah, it's Kafu. I said that at the beginning of the stream. I just haven't repeated it yet. Yeah. Okay. You think Night of Nights is too fast-paced? I mean, I can kind of see that if you were expecting it to be set entirely within the Bionicle timeline, but I mostly tried with book 1 to get through the original story timeline as fast as I could, so that I'd have more freedom when I write. Because that's one of the reasons why the first book took me so long. It's because I was constantly like tiptoeing around Bionicle canon lore as much as possible to avoid any kind of conflicts and timeline discrepancies and stuff like that. It's actually insanely difficult to write a story in the Bionicle universe during especially Ignition, where everything is extremely fast-paced. Like, if you don't know, the entire Ignition trilogy takes place in the span of about 3 weeks. Which means for Noxus to be in Nui just before the events of 2008 happen. He has to become a Toa, join the Order, and get trained within, like, 2 weeks of the war breaking out with the Order and the Brotherhood of Makuta. That's legit how the timeline goes. Like, from the point in time where, like, the Makuta start attacking Nui to the point where the Order declares war on the Brotherhood is, like, at most, it could possibly be a span of 2 weeks. That's basically happening simultaneously as the events of 2007 as well. I mean, yeah, he did have a lot of training. Some pretty good training from Tobduck. I need to not spoil my own story. I can forget about that. But yeah. How do I manage that? Also, the war with the Brotherhood only lasts about a week at most as well. So, yeah, Noxus had about 3 weeks to learn everything he needed to learn before Pterodax takes over. Which is, yeah, super awkward. It's super awkward to write a story that is heavily influenced by those events and have character development crammed into that as well. So, it's, you know, one of the reasons why. And also, I had to do that all while dodging all the canon details and making sure that nothing contradicts it. You know, other than the stuff that Night of Nights already contradicts, because it's Night of Nights. Yeah. I'm like reminiscing at this point about how long it's taken. Alright, let's get the next pieces in here. Yeah, Toa Ignika was not alive for very long. Unless you count the Ignika constantly being alive as Toa Ignika being alive, which is kind of the same thing. I'm probably not the only one that thinks this, but Toa Ignika was probably a totally unnecessary part of the story and didn't need to exist. Ignika should have just been Mata Nui. Oh, that couldn't work because, unless you're talking about they should have saved the set for a year later and made him Mata Nui, in which case I kind of agree. See, Ignica's still alive post-canon. I think technically, but Mata Nui's consciousness is also inside of it as well. So whether or not it's Ignika or just Mata Nui at this point is kind of up in the air. G2 will be 8 years old next year. Yep. Man. You want to think... You think that's crazy. Noxus, the self-mock, has been around for a decade, for over a decade now. Like, this Halloween was his 11th anniversary of existing. Which is insane to me. My mock, my child... is like as old as a sentient being. How old is this version of Noxus? This version of Noxus is the 11-year-old version. Like, he's been tweaked, but he hasn't, like, drastically changed, like, ever since he was released. Like, you can definitely tell the mock has improved, but the general character design and shape and look of Noxus hasn't changed, which is exactly the way I like it. I think that's about all that I needed to say about Night of Nights. We can just talk about it now. If you guys have any questions or anything like that. If I think of anything while we stream, I will. And also, for people who don't have time to watch the stream, I'll post something in the Discord that basically just describes all my plans here. Maybe I'll post it on my community tab too, who knows. But yeah, I basically want to get those updates out. I was planning on making like a dedicated video for this, but I was not going to have time. I mean, I barely had time to do this live stream, the way things are right now. So, yeah. Why does that look so low poly? Studio did an update, and all the Bionicle models look weird now. Like, look at this ball joint. The disco ball. Are there any reason why you use Touhou music for your characters? Also, have you seen the Touhou game in Sonic Frontiers? Touhou game in Sonic Frontiers. I have no idea what you're talking about, but the reason I use Touhou music is because I really like Touhou music, and at the same time I was getting into Bionicle mocking, I was getting into Touhou. So most of my early mocks were inspired by Touhou characters, and therefore, and the other thing is, back in the day when we all used mock pages instead of YouTube, we used to all pick theme songs for our mocks that would play whenever you'd open the mock page for them. And I would always pick, obviously, the Touhou song that corresponds with the character that inspired a character. And then since then, it's just been a tradition to have every character use a Touhou theme song, even if the mock or character themselves were not directly inspired by Touhou. Watch the final boss of Sonic Frontiers. It also has banger music as always. Not sure if this was discussed already. I know you were doing interviews at BrickFair this year. Is that compilation video still going to be a thing, or is that been scrapped? I still have to edit the BrickFair vlog. I have like hundreds of gigabytes of footage for BrickFair, and that's all going to be in one video. I'll probably upload the interviews separately on my second channel once it's done, just so that they're there like separately. But yeah, I still need to get around to doing it. It's been a crazy year recently. Yeah, I've got a lot of pictures and video from this last BrickFair I still need to edit, and it's kind of daunting. I'm procrastinating on it a lot. I mean, it didn't help that I caught COVID right when I got home from BrickFair, so had to wait for that to clear up, and now I'm just procrastinating, unfortunately. You guys don't know, I met Shade and Mika at BrickFair, and their interviews are gonna be in that vlog. Shh, don't tell. BZ Power is good. I agree. There's also Instagram. Should I post them on Instagram? That might be a good idea. Anyone know a good platform for posting mocks and such? Oh, Instagram, yeah. That's what you were talking about. I did meet a lot of people at BrickFair. Chad sis, Chad of Chads. Sure. Okay, I think his torso's actually almost done already. I just gotta do a few more things. This goes here, and this goes here. This. I got this wrong. That goes there, and that goes there. There we go. Instagram and Flickr, I think, are the two like only choices you can get for just posting mocks as photos nowadays. mock pages died like 2 years ago now, and hasn't had any hint of ever coming back. So unfortunately, that's dead. Honestly, I'd really like to go back and see my mock pages at the very least, if it still existed, but it's gone. It's freaking gone. Yeah, people also post on DeviantArt, but I never saw the appeal of DeviantArt, to be honest. I think that was more like early 2000s, early mid 2000s BIONICLE fan base posting on Instagram. Not Instagram, DeviantArt. Have I ever played COD World of War? World at War? No, I have not. I don't play any Call of Duty games. In fact, I don't really play many multiplayer shooter games anymore, or just multiplayer games in general. Mostly a single player gamer now. Okay, 1/2 pin. Kind of hate how stud.io formats these pins, because they're so hard to tell which one's a friction pin and which one isn't. What is my least favorite mock I've built? Ooh, that's a story I don't get. That's a story. That's a question I don't get very often. My least favorite. If it was a couple years ago, I'd probably say Le Mara, because her original mock never looked that good. But I've, spoiler alert, revamped Le Mara quite recently, and she actually looks really good now. So it's not Le Mara anymore. It's probably, I mean, to be honest, it's probably the Patera, because I kind of just speedrun that one. It's not a complex mock in the slightest, and even past that, the parts of it that I created originally aren't very good, and the parts of it that are very good, I basically stole from Lewis Hammond's version of the Patera. So, yeah. I built the Patera as a last-minute decision when I was making the Harimus Order Mata Nui files, because I wanted something to pose with him in the pictures, and then it ended up being you know, good enough to apparently get reviewed by Duckbricks. I am not experienced in finding system pieces, so okay, there's one of them. Actually, no, that's not the right one. Where is it? Alright, well, I probably find a 2x3 version of that in here. There we go. That goes there. Have I considered doing a mock interview with Duckbricks? He did one recently with Forge of Artaka. I would love to do that if Duckbricks wanted to do one in person or otherwise. Either way would be fine with me, but he has not reached out to me about that, and I'm pretty sure, you know, I can't just ask him if he'd be interested in it. He'd probably, if I did, he'd probably want to do it, but I don't think he'd want to come out to where I live to see my mocks in person, so it would have to be something over video, and I have no idea how that would work if he wants to do the same thing that he did with Forge of Artaka. I mean, if he just wants to talk to me about my mocks, that's fine too. But, you know. Also, Duckbricks is kind of a big shot now. I mean, I get he's still that, like, very active in the Bionicle community. And the Bionicle community is not super big like he is now. But at the same time, we're kind of small fry compared to him now. Okay. Yeah. These are supposed to be gray. You're going to explain why chaos looks like Noxus. Well, I can't explain why, because that's a story spoiler. But it will be explained in the story. Yeah, I mean, all great beings can shapeshift, and they can take on any form they choose. So, there's no question that he can look like Noxus if he chooses, if he wants to. If he chooses, he wants to. Whew. Yeah, for reasons currently unknown. Arm. Ball. Bionicle. Guess it's not in this. Oh. It's interesting. Is the Matoran arm piece from Mata Nui not a custom part yet? That can't be right. I've seen people with stud.io versions of Axon, so it's got to be a model somewhere. I need to Google what that part number is real quick. $47,300. Okay, there we go. Where'd my chat go? Here it is. Yeah. Silly. Okay. Okay, yep, that goes there. The music is a jam. Yeah, it's from Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. It's my playlist of the most chill jams from that video, or from all of the video games, actually. There we go. Alright, that's Kafu's torso, I'm pretty sure. Done. I only listen to real music. I'm a gamer. I only listen to gamer music. To splay the leg out a little bit. And then... Actually, let's undo that. This is the same build either way, so it doesn't need to be mirrored. Just need to cut and paste it. There we go. Same with this one. Alright, connect. There we go. Yeah, they're clipping together. The feet will do that too. Okay. Two notches. There we go. Wonder if the Mockingbird will show up in chat and see me building his mock he won. Probably not. He sometimes shows up for the streams though. Alright, let's go ahead and submodel the torso. Oh, he showed up earlier? Dang, I missed it. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll up and see if I ever saw him. I don't see him in the chat anywhere. Oh well. Eh. Sag. That true. Whoop. Head. So if any of you guys in chat have read Night of Nights, what was your thoughts? Without spoilers. Obviously. I'm looking forward to hearing it. About 30 messages up. Ah, there he is. Just tuned in. It's Kafu. Lol. Nice. Yeah. Maybe I should talk about my plans for the new videos when they come out. You guys want to hear about what my idea for the new style of audiobook videos are? Lay it on us. Yeah, I figure most of you guys are probably waiting for the audiobook version, and that's perfectly fine. That's going to be the ideal way to consume the content when it comes out, in the most cinematic way. Read all of the first book. The story feels a bit speedy, and the prose needs a bit of revising, but the action scenes are cool, and the one twist hit really hard. Yeah. We don't talk about the one twist on this live stream. I'm so happy with the reception I got from it. Yeah, I can see what you're getting at there. Let's do that. Select it. And move it. I'm very OCD about my stud.io mocks lining up perfectly. Let's make sure we got the best custom Bakari we can find. This is probably it. Go. Boom. I like but I like the fight scenes, but I don't prefer the quickness of it. I know now why, but I believe it could have benefited from more detailed environments. One Piece, the One Piece is weird. How would you choke Onua? I mean, it would be hard. He doesn't really have a neck, does he? Obviously, his eye patch can't be put on the studio model, but yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping the future books in KoNKS will definitely have a bit better pacing. A lot of the early pacing of book 1 was solely due to the speed at which BIONICLE canon forced my hand in order to go through. I also find it funny that technically the largest time gap in the entirety of Night of Nights, the longest time gap between story sections is the span between chapters 2 and 3. Because literally, according to the BIONICLE timeline, the Great Cataclysm was 1,000 years before 2008's story. So Noxus literally spent 1,000 years in Mata Nui, just kind of chilling, doing nothing. Oh, that's not going to be in custom parts. Here we go. Get that here. Yeah, I figured that wasn't going to snap. Yeah, I was going to talk about the plans for the videos. So, as soon as I get all the voice acting, I guess I don't need to wait for all the voice acting, but as soon as I get the majority of the voice acting and my own voice acting done for it, I'll be remaking the old videos, and the new style that I'm going for in these videos is going to be, it's going to be a little bit different from the way they currently are. The videos right now, the vast majority of the editing that comes in those videos is entirely due to the subtitles that are just hard encoded into the video itself. And I won't be doing that anymore. There won't be hard subtitles on or inside the video itself. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put YouTube captions on, because A, that helps with the algorithm, and B, people can also take those captions and like, if for whatever reason someone wants to translate them into different languages, they can do that and submit their own captions to the video. And also that way, if there's ever any like typos in the text itself, or like formatting issues or anything, like any mistakes I could make while copy pasting the story over, I can edit it in post after the video is posted and fix it. Because that was something that was notoriously happening in the existing Night of Nights videos, is that I'd post the video and then like a day later I'd watch it and notice like a typo or something else just in the video, and at that point it's already too late. So there won't be I'll be including other languages for the subtitles. I will not be. I don't know any other languages, but if someone who does know other languages wants to do translating for it, which that would be entirely voluntary on their part, and I'm not like commissioning or anything, the possibility will be there, is all I'm saying. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of like Alex's old mask better. I've grown to like the new one a lot more. Like, it's grown on me, and it, honestly, it's not the prettiest mask in the world, the canon mask of psychometry, but at the same time, it's better than a Hordika head, in my opinion. And I'm pretty sure most people in the BIONICLE community shared that opinion, which is probably heavily one of the reasons why she didn't make it very far in the canon contest. Also the wings, but you know. But yeah, I've the mock looks so much better with the canon mask of psychometry that I can't go back at this point. Like, I had a special attachment to Helrix's mask, or Helrix's custom head as well, but there's there's no way that scrutiny would hold up to time, or it would hold up to any scrutiny after a while. Edit the upper arm. I think it's literally the same, except there's a different foot piece here. There you go. Well, I do know some German, and I know you have some fans from Germany. I'll keep it in mind. Oh, cool. I mean, you're welcome to knock yourself out, but it's obviously, it sounds like a lot of work, so don't feel obligated to do it. What else was I gonna say? Okay, so the actual content of the video, though, right now, the videos are kind of basically just glorified slideshows if you remove the subtitles, with, you know, immersive audio and all that. And the audio is not going to change. The audio part was the best part of the original videos. So the audio part and stylization of the audio and everything is going to be pretty much exactly the same as you remember it. So you can listen to it like it's a dramatized audiobook, essentially. And the video itself, though, the actual like thing that's going to be on screen, there's going to be several changes for it. Right now, anytime art appears on the screen as it used to, it's still going to do that, but I'm going to try and make like the art a little bit more dynamic. It's going to depend on how much my artist is willing to cooperate with it, but like, for instance, there's the scene in chapter 3, which was already released, if you guys remember, the part where Noxus is confronted by Antros and Neutran. The picture shows up before Noxus comes out of the brush. So in the new video, I'm probably going to like either blur out or like zoom in to like crop Noxus out of screen until he shows up, so that the art literally kind of like parallels the story a little bit. And more importantly, the downtime when there's no pictures on the screen, I'm going to do a combination of several different things. So number one, the background, the kind of generic no picture background that's currently in the videos with like the Night of Nights logo in the center. I'm going to do something similar to that, but it's going to be like almost like a transparent paper screen almost, if that makes sense. And it's going to be, I'm going to try and like almost do like a shadow puppet play sort of on that, sort of projected on that. And it won't be like a video of me doing a shadow puppet play or anything like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take studio renders of my mocks, pose them, and then like turn them into a silhouette, and then layer that over the screen so that there's actually like something dynamic to watch going on screen during the downtime between pictures. And you'll see like the silhouettes of the characters like talking, and then like if there's action going on, you'll see like sort of like almost like a storyboard of the action happening in silhouette form. And I'll also like try to add as much effects and stuff as I can to that to try and make it look visually cohesive and interesting. So in a way, it'll kind of be like watching an actual video, an actual version of the story that's playing out in front of you, but more so as kind of like a motion comic, but in silhouette form, if that makes sense. And on top of that, behind the half-transparent screen, I'm going to look into getting like relevant stock footage of like certain backgrounds and things that I can place behind it and like blur out. So like if they're in a jungle, there'll just be like a generic jungle background, or if they're on the beach, there'll be like a beach background, or if they're on the ocean, you'll see the ocean background. If they're underwater, it'll be underwater, that kind of thing. You know, that I feel like that will be a lot more entertaining to watch than the current videos are. And also the video quality itself will seem a lot better because there's more going on the screen and more editing involved. Whereas before it was just like, when there's not a picture on screen, it's just a generic background and text popping up and fading away and fading away and fading away and fading in and fading out. And also, believe it or not, this is probably going to be a lot easier to edit because managing all that text in Sony Vegas is absolutely a nightmare. Like, you have no idea. So, yeah, that's basically the plan. We'll see how well it turns out. There's one more extremely important update that I hadn't mentioned, and I'm surprised I haven't mentioned it yet. The videos won't start coming out until they're all done. Like, that's an extremely important update. I think I've probably said this before on the channel, but if I release the videos as soon as I'm done making them, they're going to be released inconsistently. So my plan is to finish all the videos at once, then release them rapidly and regularly. Like, just schedule them to go live periodically. So whenever the videos start coming out, there's going to be like a new, at least periodically one new one per week, right? Once they start coming out. That's the plan, at least. I may fast track the first 5 chapters since we've already made videos. I've already made a video about those before. So like you might see prologue 1 and then 3 days later prologue 2 and then 3 days later chapter 1 and then until we catch up. Any more planned Order of Mata Nui Files videos? I have plenty more planned, but I don't have any mocks ready at the moment for more Order of Mata Nui Files videos. I guess this is another update that should be relevant. I do plan on making refreshed Order of Mata Nui Files videos for a lot of my old mocks now, because the old videos are kind of poorly edited in some cases, and I'd like to improve that if I can. So those will probably start coming out sometime before Night of Nights, because those are way easier to come out with. But I want to focus, now that I'm sort of caught up on Order of Mata Nui Files, I want to focus primarily producing more mock spotlight videos, because those do well and everyone likes those. The Let's Build videos, it's pretty obvious most people aren't that interested in those, but I will be making some more of those occasionally Probably not as rapidly as I released them last year, when I was still making them. Alright. That was a lot of updates, all at once. Sorry if you guys are a bit overwhelmed. It doesn't help that I've been gone for so long. Will there also be new lore videos? I eventually want to make new lore videos, but I don't currently have any new ones planned for the time being. Lore videos are a lot harder to create than you'd expect. And if I'm being honest, any lore that if you're really interested in learning about, any lore that I'm really willing to reveal at this moment in time is all on the WCB website right now. So you just go through and read the character bios, and it's basically a Wikipedia for my mocks and characters at this point. So that's the best place you can go if you want to absorb some of that at the moment. Okay. We're almost done with Kafu. Curious, do you remember my Mata Noxus mob? I do remember someone making one. I guess it was you. I see a lot of mocks on a pretty regular basis, so it's hard for me to remember exactly who makes them, but I do remember someone making a Mata Noxus. Have I played Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance? I think there's characters you could get ideas from. I don't need any more characters. Unfortunately, or fortunately, in some cases, I plan out every mock that I'm going to build, and for the most part, the the entirety of all the mocks, or all the characters that will appear in KoNKS that I want to build mocks for, I have plans to build, and to tell you the truth, I'm about 95% done with them. So there's only like a couple more new characters that I'm actually planning to build at this point. A lot of those won't come out for a while, though. Back when the Harbinger released, and the description said, the Harbinger is here to describe the end times. That was sort of a double entendre, because the Harbinger is close to the end of the mocks I'm going to make. I'm probably not going to give up mocking or anything like that, but the vast majority of mocks I need for KoNKS are almost done. What happened to Noxus's laser lance thing? It's been decanonized. It doesn't exist anymore. It's been removed from the mock and doesn't exist in the story. I'm surprised so many people remember that thing, to be honest. Alright, let's build a hand. I have not used a normal socket connector once in this build. Alright. Why? Oh, I was beginning to stop being a fan of the weapon itself, and I had no idea when I was ever going to be able to incorporate it into the story. So it looked ugly, and I didn't know what to do with it, so I just got rid of it. Noxus's thing is blades, so a giant weapon that shoots lasers at people is not really something he's got. It's already kind of ridiculous that he has iron elemental powers, throwing knives, a sword, a dagger, and shadow powers. And a flamethrower. I think I might have said shadow powers twice there. And moonlight powers in a specific scenario. Nox is the MMA fighter. I mean, there was that part in Time Trouble where he mooted Scrawl. Fun fact, if you didn't notice, at the time, just before he did that, his shadow infection kind of made one of his eyes turn red, so he's going a little Dio mode on Scrawl at that exact moment. Yeah, and he can stop time with an artifact. Technically, that's not one of his powers, but it is one of his powers by extension. Tap hole. Okay, those don't appear in dark gray yet. That's fine. Alright. Arm mechanical. Evil shadow powers make him go evil? Who would have guessed? Yeah. Thin support. We want thick support. Thick. What's your philosophy on eye colors for Toa/Matorns of certain elements? Philosophy? I wouldn't say I really have a philosophy for it. I just think certain eye colors look cool on certain characters, and typically evil characters should have red eye colors. Not too much philosophy going on there, but yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, how OP is Noxus? In his Moonlight and his Night of Nights form, pretty OP. But in his normal form, his elemental powers being weakened alongside the shadow element kind of balances him out a little bit. He's supposed to be overpowered, though. He's an Order of Mata Nui member. And an assassin. So on a scale of 1 to 10, he's probably a 9. But everyone else in the story is a 10. Or most of the people he fights is a 10. That was one of the things about Night of Nights that my brother had concern about, was how are you going to make this story interesting if your main character is so overpowered? And it's just like, everyone's overpowered. That fixes it, right? Sorry, I'm tired. Gotta drink more gamer subs. Use code KoNKS, link in the description. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not sponsored. Get con. Can he beat Goku though? I don't know enough about Goku to honestly say that. I mean, if Goku can beat someone who can stop time, then yeah, Goku can beat him. But I don't want to think about Goku fighting Noxus. That's just silly. Alright, time for some linked together hand connectors. Together. Some model. What is this thing called? Is it like the carving claws? I'm just gonna call it claws. I forget exactly what I called this tool in Canon. It's a nice headcanon. In my Bionicle story thing, one of the toes has red eyes, and the other toe I keep thinking he's evil. Funny. I mean, Tahu has red eyes, and he's literally the main protagonist of the entirety of Bionicle, so clearly not everyone with red eyes is evil. And in fact, when Vakama turned evil in the movie, he had red eyes when he was good, and green eyes when he was bad, which is like the exact opposite of how Bionicle ended. Where like every character that was good had green eyes, and everyone that was bad had red eyes or orange eyes. Okay, did I do this right? I think this is upside down. Yeah. There we go. Fix that. All right. Get that back. Can. My story, my guy's a freaking Jedi. That's awesome. So how we doing tonight, guys? We chilling? We vibing? We experiencing good feels? How's everyone's holidays been? Chill. I mean, some of us probably have been literally chilling. Up until recently, the weather's been terrible in most of the US. Alright. Got a dog. Nice. I'm actually thinking of getting a cat myself. Getting a cat myself here soon. That's gonna be fun. I probably want to do this. Take that about that much. And take that about there. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice. It's good I got to 3D print some with my dad. That's awesome. Wholesome. Wholesome, awesome. It's awesome. Alright, claw complete. It looks a little wonky because it's not posed perfectly, but that's Kafu's claw. One of them at least. This dude got 4 hands. Now he's got like these crazy cool gauntlets that go over his hands that work like excavator claws, essentially. Essentially how it works. He also originally had a slingshot, but I had no idea how to reproduce that, so I didn't. Canonically, he would have a slingshot, though, I think. I wonder if I put that on my website or not. I hope I did. It's been so long since I made the website. That looks a bit more natural. All right, Kafu. Fu is pretty much done. I don't think there's anything missing. Let me go ahead and reassemble him IRL. Software is almost making me think of an ILM. Really? Why is that? The company that's responsible for most of the special effects innovations of human history. Better Anua. Yeah, it's funny because he's a toe of stone and he just looks like an orange Anua in some cases. I mean, he's supposed to have an eye patch though. His eye patch is kind of peeling off for me. All right. That whole silhouette thing that I was talking about earlier with the Night of Nights videos is the main reason why I'm building these guys in stud.io right now, is so that I'll have models of them to render when it comes down to the time to make those videos. I think we'll do Sherlock next, because Sherlock is gonna be the most complex, and he also has no instructions anywhere. Kafu also doesn't, but he's a much simpler mock, so he's pretty easy to figure out how to build just by looking at him. Make sure we save. There we go. Are there stickers in the software? Part Designer has a way you can apply stickers to things, but it's pretty janky. It doesn't work on most pieces. It has to be like a completely flat surface, otherwise it messes up. So, yeah, you can do a lot with stud.io, but it's not the most flexible software when it comes to custom designing things. Like, there's no posable cloth elements, and most, if not all, things that are flexible in reality can't be flexed in the software. So, yeah. Like, it has Mari tubes in the software, but they can't bend. So you have to use, like, flex tubes as a placeholder to show people how Mari tubes are supposed to connect to things. And it's ridiculous. If the watching relic is in chat, but she's probably not, I'm about to build my reassembly of your mock. All right, let's start a new mock here. Yep. All right. I don't like the default flat metallic gold. Smooth dark gold. That's better. That is much closer. Yeah. Go with that. Alright. He has incredibly simple feet. Nothing complex at all. I like that idea. Makes a suit of armor with a bunch of blood and a claymore. That is pretty cool. Yeah, that's a pretty cool blood claymore. Okay. Alright. Okay. One by one. Slope. I was looking through your mocks and you just happened to be streaming. Yeah. This is kind of an impromptu stream. I decided to do this today. Didn't really even have time to announce it much earlier than I actually started streaming it. So this is why you should turn on notifications. Ring that bell icon. Sorry, I hate promoting myself. It sucks. Smash that like button, guys. If you're watching the stream and you haven't smashed that like button, get out. No, I'm just kidding. Please stay. I'm scared. Who's next? We're building. I have yet to see Toa Varian, Toa of Psionics. Well, this is not Varian. This is Sherlock, the Toa of Iron swordsman from Night of Nights. Built by the Watching Relic on YouTube as a entry into a contest like 6 years ago. Yeah. Oh boy, how time flies. I don't actually know if it was 6 years ago. It was a while ago, though. Whew. Okay. Lower leg is also extremely simple. It is literally just a CCBS assembly. Hero arm ball. I'm pretty much out of updates, I think, when it comes to new stuff. But if you have any questions, or if you're just stopping in and you want to know what we talked about, I can try and go over and review things I've discussed already a little bit. But other than that, we're just chilling out and building for the rest of the stream. Or you could just wait till the TLDW on the Discord or community tab. I'm thinking I will post on the community tab when it comes out. Hero. Factory. Boom. And then we want the dark orange. There. That is his lower leg. Sherlock has the least proportioned legs out of any mock ever. But I still love his character design, which is why he won. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna have to start disassembling now in order to figure out how I went about reassembling this. Removing his diaper. Just a heads up, guys, if you use any, like, sort of inappropriate language in my chat, it'll get hidden. So, just a reminder. I'm too lazy to unhide your messages, too, so try not to do that. You're not in trouble, just try not to do that. Okay. Come. I think I can figure it out from there. Sorry. Okay, just be careful. I don't think YouTube's filtering will remove you or anything, or like mute or ban you or anything, but I just prefer to not have that visible in my stream. Nothing against you or using that kind of language, I just prefer not to see it on things adjacent to my content. Yeah, let's keep it as PG rated as we can. No, wait a minute. No PG-13. Y'all are a bunch of goofs. Oh, axle. Pin axle. Axle you notched. What am I doing? Okay. This is pretty complex upper leg. Pin lift arm. There we go. Content. Yay. Let's get that in there and then. Okay. Yes. Pin 3/4. You there. Go. Make this tan, and then friction. We need one of these to go right here. Okay. Bar 3L. Dead chat, lol. What's the dog doing? Nice. Let's do that. And apart from Bionicle mocks, do you build any Star Wars stuff too? I used to be a lot more into Lego Star Wars, like earlier in my channel's history. But nowadays I don't really mess around with it too much other than buying new sets. I do have Star Wars projects that are like perpetually in the works. But at least while Night of Nights is my main focus, it's not there's probably not going to be any developments on that for the long haul. And you know, my old Star Wars stuff wasn't that popular to begin with, so it's also a much more difficult fan base to be involved in. So there's that. Ooh, crunchy. Y'all probably heard that too, didn't you? Jedi Noxus. Down the road. I mean, yeah, I have this long haul project that I've been working on called Lego Star Wars Crimson Empire. That's like one of the first things I ever posted on my YouTube channel. And basically, there's this audio dramatization of the Crimson Empire graphic novels that I found a long time ago when I was at my library, and it's so good that I wanted to make a brick film out of it. So I did. I started it, and then I started learning how to do stop motion better, and you know, had a lot more resources available to me. So I decided, instead of going all in on that series that I made, I'd just do a whole movie. And I've had the mocks for that sitting around, like some of the sets for that sitting around, and the minifigures and all that for years at this time. At this point, and yeah, it's eventually, if I have the freedom to do it, I will. But at the moment, it's kind of just in permanent stasis, waiting for me to have extra time. which mask should you use for Karnas? A gray Tahu mask or a G2 Tahu mask? I was going to say, with your descriptions that you've been saying so far, I think the Nuvahau would probably be the best bet, but second best would probably be the G2 Tahu, I think. It's just a bit more hardcore, mature looking, I guess. Not a preferable design to the original Hau, but still pretty cool. Excuse me. I have two. These the same model? No, one of these is by King Sidorak, I can tell. It's this one, which means it's better. By the way, this stream is sponsored by King Sidorak's Sidopack. Update number 4, it just came out, and contains the best Kanohi Trina model you've ever seen in studio. So go check it out. Give it a download. Tell King Sid I sent you. You don't actually have to do that. Alright. We're almost there. Yanika. Die. Okay. I saw on the 3D modeling server someone finally fixed this piece, but I don't think that's available to download just yet. The piece is thinner than its actual real-life counterpart, which is why it sucks. Alright. This piece is painted gold, by the way, on this version. Okay. The new Vizirek. What are you guys talking about? Any other unusual abilities for Toa? Mind control, I don't know. Nowadays, I'm not too big a fan of the idea of new elements for Toa. I think there's plenty of canon elements to choose from. I get that's kind of hypocritical as someone who's got essentially a Toa of spirits, a Toa of moonlight, a Toa of destruction. But if I was making those characters nowadays, I wouldn't do that. That's just sort of how my preferences have changed over time. Regeneration Deadpool level? Yeah, there's a bit of a, I don't know what the word I'm trying to think of here is, but usually the first thing people hear about when they hear this Toa is a completely unique Toa of my own special element that I created. People's first reaction is typically to cringe before they actually learn about it, which is another thing about Night of Nights I'm worried about. It's because people's preconceptions about Bionicle fanfiction, and then immediately hearing, the main character is a Toa of Iron and Shadow. Like, ooh, slow down, edgelord. That kind of thing. But yeah. Only the first book is edgy, because I conceptualized it when I was 16. But I tried to lighten up the mood in as many places as I possibly could. Yeah. Dusty. All right. Let's see how the heck this torso is built. It's torso time. Disembowels Gek. Come on down to Torso Town. We have everybody you need. Everybody you need. I'm hilarious. This is the kind of quality content you guys subscribe for. All right. Y'all want to pay attention here. This is the first time anyone has ever publicly shown how this torso is built. And even then, it's not really guaranteed to be correct because I built this myself, trying to imitate someone else's mock. But still. Let's go ahead and copy the leg over. This guy can stand perfectly straight. Nice. Hey, Jared T. Welcome to the stream, if you're just now joining us. We talked about a whole bunch of updates about Night of Nights and the channel earlier in the stream. If you're interested in that, you can either watch it again once we're no longer live, scroll back, or just check out the Discord. Just check out the Discord or the community tab after the stream's over, and I'll give a TLDW of everything we talked about. But basically, Night of Nights Book 1 is done and available to read on the WCP website. Go check it out if you don't want to wait to learn what happens in the story until the audio chapters come out, which will be happening soonish, sometime next year. So informative. Thank you, Mr. Wombat. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for joining the stream. Leave a like. Kind of hot in here, guys. Oof. I'm so not used to streaming right now. YouTubing is not my cup of tea, if I'm being honest. Hey, oh, sorry for not popping in sooner. We was busy with things when the stream started. That's all right. We were just talking about the future updates for KoNKS, my plans for the whole thing. And if you're interested in that, you can check out the Discord later. I'll be posting just a rundown of everything we we talked about on the stream. Pin pin friction. Let's go. Is this music getting old yet, guys? It's probably like the third or fourth time we've listened to this on loop. A great being of punishment named Leandrox. What program is this? This is stud.io. If you just type in stud.io in your browser, it'll take you directly to the page where you can download it for free. It's owned by BrickLink, and it's pretty much the best program for designing 3D Lego models, period. Okay. Tech Con Perp. Can you tell I've been using stud.io a lot? No, that's wrong. It goes here. All right. Axle 3. Honestly, one of these days I should find out how to make part palettes in Oh, what am I doing? First of all, that's the wrong color. Second of all, that's the wrong spot. Ah, God. How did I do that? You go there. And then heck, bush. Boop. Oh, sick! I have it downloaded, but seemed confusing when I looked at it. Yeah, I think I have done a little bit of like customization to the to my version. Step.io. I mean, I definitely have a lot of like modifications installed because of custom parts and all that, but still mostly vanilla stud.io. By the way, I should probably save. Sherlock. I remember I did a typo in Prologue 1 a while ago. I think I wrote like Sherlock instead, or like Schleock. Yeah, it was Schleock instead of Sherlock. It's pretty funny. Why aren't you guys laughing? Better call Walter White. That's not the name of the show. Alrighty. Axle 3. Let's get these on here. Boop. I probably only need to put one right there for now. And this one goes boop right there. These all need to be this color. Right. Next, ball tech. Saul Toa of the law. Tech bush. Let's put that there. And the bushing goes there. And then okay, is that right? That looks like it's about halfway. If I go any further, it's more than that. So we'll stop there. And we'll do this. And it went in the wrong spot. That's okay. We can just slide it back. And it doesn't line up for some reason. 8. Now let's put that there. And there we go. Okay, that's how that goes. And we have one here as well. This is a super funky torso, guys. You're gonna love this. Funky. I should leave you alone now. You have a good night. And I can't wait for the next live, when and if you get the time. Yeah, I probably won't be live on my main channel for a while again, or even my second channel, but usually I stream on the second channel. So if you haven't, subscribe to that. Promotion! Not subtle in the slightest. Promotion. Gee, Connor, for someone who says he doesn't like being a YouTuber, you sure do shill your content a lot. Do you know how hard it is out here? There's no new BIONICLE fans. We aren't going anywhere. We're going nowhere, and we're going nowhere quickly. JK. With some truth to it. I'm in pain. Tech lift 2. All right. Bro, I'm dead. Like Bionicle. Oh, why you gotta do me like that, man? Alright. Now just hold on. I know that looks bad. It's supposed to go here. You go there. There. And whoop. The voodoo ball piece just does not work in stud.io. There we go. Yeah, like it doesn't, there's this tiny little seam here. It's obnoxious. How long is this left arm? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Okay. Lift 2. And we need one of these right here. Pin, actually, I've already got this one right here. Copy paste here and here. Lift 3. There. And we need, there's a lot of these in Sherlock's build. Wombat Combat. I mean, if you really want to think about it, not Helrix, Harimus, kind of a Toa of combat. It's Toa, or he's a great being of conflict. There you go. It's like my favorite song in this whole playlist. Alright, time for some armor. Using the one by King Sidorek because it's actually modeled correctly. By the way, this stream is sponsored by King Sidorek. It's like the 4th time I've said this. If someone hasn't checked out King Sidorek's Sidopack yet. What the heck are you doing? It's the best stud.io parts pack out there. It may not have the most parts yet, but it has the best parts. Okay. Nick. Crank. Not Technic, crack. Crank. There we go. Which version of it is this? It's the one without the extra little sides in the hole. There we go. U and a U. Trying to download the newest version of the Sido pack, but it only comes out as PNG instead of all the parts. So you have to, I'm trying to remember, there's like a button that says like, purchase this content, and you can purchase it. It's on Gumroad, so you can purchase it for however much you want, including $0. And all it does is asks for your email, and then it'll send your email a link to where you can actually download the zip file with the parts in it. And there's an installer in there. Sometimes it doesn't work, but Usually it should if you haven't like messed with your stud.io installation at all. If you have other custom parts in there, it sometimes breaks, but if you know where the custom parts folder is in your stud.io installation files folder, you can simply just copy paste the folders from it. But I have purchased it before, yes, but I can't download the zip file for some reason. Well, it gives me I had this same issue for a little bit. I think one of the options below where it says to download that, there's like a button to say like view content or something like that. And you can click that and it takes you to where the actual zip file is downloaded. Just make sure the button you click to download is next to something that says something.zip. I don't know, it's hard to describe when I'm not looking at it myself at the moment, but yeah. Barb. Boop. There we go. Okay. What's next? Know for a fact I'm going to need that. Right here. Oh, the file just got fixed. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I'll trust that you figured it out. Let's do, I'm going to try and reassemble the waist to just get an idea of where these parts are supposed to go. Love to see Noxus do the Muda Muda barrage again. Go watch Time Travel again and just repeat that scene over and over again. Because you'll probably never see it again happen again in a different video. Oh, I just remembered. I don't think this piece is modeled yet, is it? Or has a model yet. Ooh, that's gonna make things interesting. Is that how that goes? I think that's right. This goes like right here. Oh. I need to look at a picture of Sherlock real quick. Toartaka Sherlock. Okay, I have it upside down. That makes sense. Oh yeah, that looks better. That looks accurate. Maybe not say Muda, but still barrage. All right then. Honestly, how did the back armor plate look? Okay, I had that right too. Gotcha. All right. Sorry about that. That's interesting. All right. I'm pretty sure this goes here. Yeah. Oh, well, that's spam. I'm getting spam on my channel. Hide user from channel. Put user in timeout. There we go. Oh, just politely ignore that. YouTube bots are still running rampant because Google refuses to care about their own websites. Alright, let's finish the front of the torso. I'm gonna need another one of these. There. And pin. Friction. Oh, they make one of those without friction ridges now? Neat. Axle connector. Okay, and we need another one of these. Right here. I'd love to know if, well, if the watching relic ever sees this, I'd love to know if I'm building this torso accurately. If I manage to build it accurately, I mean. Okay. Now on to the back section. Foot. Nika. They don't have the other one. That's not the one I want. That is also not the one I want. Isn't there a better version of this now? Kind of hard to tell. It's too bright. These are probably the same freaking model. Oh. Yeah, that's not that's not the right one. All right, let's use that one then. And whoop. Oh no, it doesn't want to fit. Darn it. Freaking biopack models, man, they don't work. The axle's probably missing connectivity for some reason. There. Alright. Gotta do this again. Just do this. Copy, paste, and bonk. There we go. Those two go there. And then we need tech, con, perk. Boom, boom. Go. And we need this there. And this there. All right. And then couple of these here and here. And then this one's going to be fun. Check. 2. Oh, I have no idea where this piece is. Okay, what is this piece called? Technic pin connector plate 1x2 with holes double on top. Nope. Where the heck is it? All right. Technic. There it is. What is it called? Technic pin connector plate with one hole. Okay. There we go. Copy a mirror. Boom. Those go there. Like that. Alrighty. So that part is done. Now, this fun part. Yeah. Whew. No one said anything for a while. Did we lose everyone? 11 viewers. Oh, I almost hit the end stream button on accident. Woo-wee. Whoopsie. Hierophant Green attacks what stand you choosing. 1, Hermit Purple. 2, Spice Girl. 3, Highway Star. 4, Hanged Man. What stand am I choosing to survive? An Emerald Splash? Wasn't Spice Girl the one that turns you into rubber or anything? Probably that one. I was to guess. Highway Star just follows people. Why am I trying to remember JoJo lore right now? Can't have a stream on the main channel without people talking about JoJo, can I? I've cursed myself. I should never have attracted the JoJo fans. Nothing against JoJo fans. They just don't know when to quit. Yeah, Rubber Lady. That's probably the smartest choice you can make, I think, out of those options. I mean, literally just talk about anything. I don't actually care that much, but something to talk about is fun. Anything to talk about is fun, to be honest. I was just trolling. All right, say it with me, guys. Tech, con, herp. I probably should have just copy-pasted that instead of typing that out. Did you get anything exciting for Christmas? I got a 12-hour shift at work for Christmas. That's just the way the schedule worked out this year, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure I got holiday pay for it, though, so that's pretty poggers. Yeah, I think I just went that long without saying poggers on one of my streams. That's kind of insane. I clearly haven't streamed in a while. Alright, do I have that accurate? I think I need to, yeah, I need to flip these around. There we go. Hey, it does fit. Cool. Capitalism. Nice. Some of your favorite moments from this year. It's been kind of a dry year for me, to be honest. Like, not a lot has happened. Probably, to be honest, the favorite moment this year has been just releasing KoNKS finally and getting that out so people can view it finally. Soggy year for me. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, with all the toast you've been stealing, I'm sure that probably ruins the toast, right? Fazland Productions. Your name sounds very similar to the person I have casted to play Gammoth. In the Discord, their name is Fazlandia, and I haven't heard from them from a while. Are you the same person? Because if you are, I did just send you updated lines. If not, then just ignore everything I've just said. I think I've asked you this in the past, and I can't remember if you've answered me or not. Ever made a Mox upper chest using a Vaki leg piece? I have. Regron's upper body is made out of 2 Vaki leg pieces at an angle, like in a V shape. Heck yeah, that's such a good feeling to put out content that you want to share with a lot of people. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what I said exactly. And yes, Desmi, I'll check the cord. Okay, cool. Awesome. If you want me to, when I post the KoNKS videos and you do the voice acting for Gammoth, I'll link to your channel in the description if you want me to. If you don't want me to, that's fine as well. But some people want to get a little bit of a shout out for, you know, helping with stuff like that. Ball licked. I'm not going to make any rude jokes. Silence. I'm actually going to do this. I didn't spend 12 hours straight building. Haha, he said ball. Funny. Okay. And I think that's centered. Fun fact, you can center tires around ball joints and axles in stud.io if you just eyeball this little yellow cube here, lining up with like the size of the axle right here. So if you look at it from both different angles and the cube is roughly lined up with that, you can perfectly center a tire around an axle in stud.io like that. Just my stud.io pro tip for the day. What an absolute homie. You freaking rock. Aw, thanks. All right. Bar 3L. Boop. And we'll put that here and here. Opinions on Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I haven't played it. I heard it was very buggy. I've not caught up on Pokemon games. I'm still working on Ultra Sun and Moon, which is like ancient by now. And I need to finish my shiny hunt in that because I am being charged monthly for Pokemon Bank and I'm getting tired of it. Pokemon Bank to Pokemon Home. I think I need to do this to make sure this is lined up perfectly. There we go. Alright, perfect. Boop. Ever played Weekdays at Frederick? No. Probably never will. Not a huge fan of horror games. Not because I find them scary, but they're not usually fun. Sorry to be the millionth person probably to ask, but how do you start your ideas for a mock? Usually comes from, first off, inspiration. Second off, story requirements. If I need a character for a story to play a specific role, or I want a character in a story for a specific role. And then third, it's just once you plan out the character. For me, I plan out the characters first before I build the mocks. A lot of people probably do it the opposite way. But after that point, I usually like choose the basic like concepts I want the character to look like, the basic concepts behind the character design that I want to have, and then I just wing the mock from there. I build mocks probably a lot differently than most people. It's not usually about the process of the mock building itself for me. It's mostly the character design aspect. Which is why a lot of my mocks are still 2011 quality. Okay. Pin 1/2. Okay. I'm getting hot. All right, torso's almost done. I just need to get the axle. Actually, how the heck does this go in? Oh, I see. All right, cool. Figured it out. Let's see here. I need another 3 long axle. Boop. And turn it. And that goes right here. What? How did you get tires on the torso on Studio? What are you talking about? I just pushed them. I just, positioned them there with this tool. I literally just explained it like 5 minutes ago. You just scroll back. I give a pro tip on how to put those on there. There we go. Ah, gotcha. Have I played Payday at Papa John's? No. 4 out of 12 people are speaking. 5 out of 12. Why are so many people speaking? I mean, don't stop. But kind of funky. All right, I need what is that piece called? There it is. Need one of these. Okay. It's 4:28 in the morning. What are you doing still awake? I needed to check the time for myself because I work nights, so my sleep schedule is completely, totally, utterly wrecked at all times. So I was worried I might have been streaming for too long. But that does not seem to be the case. Haha, Jonathan, it's 4:28 in the morning. Okay, get that snapped on there. And see, I'm watching this guy named Wombat Combat Pictures. You wouldn't know him. Oh. I mean, he sounds kind of familiar, but I guess if I wouldn't know him, then, you know, I won't worry about it. All right. All right, you ready for this to look absolutely amazing? Hero Factory. Those ball joints right above the upper leg is connected. Will be impairing movement for the legs, won't they? Yeah, the legs on this mock, they like barely move, but it's mostly about the design of the mock in this case that I cared about, and not the actual like articulation or any of the, you know, quality of life stuffs. This is the first. Is this the first gunmetal armor we're gonna have? Pearl Dark Gray. I think so. Yeah. He got gold jeans. True. Chest. Okay. The chest plate piece that I'm looking for doesn't seem to be armored. I know there is, for sure, one of these pieces that I need. Where the heck is it? Okay, I do need this piece. We'll set that aside. I do need this piece. We'll set that aside. I do need this piece. That's the one I was just talking about. And let's check the custom parts. Ah, this piece does exist. That's good. That means he won't be inaccurate at all. Chest. All right, here's one thing that will be inaccurate, though. He's got Pohatu Master's chess piece, which won't have the printing on it, I'm assuming. There it is. Yeah. Doesn't come with printing. Haha, Jonathan, you are watching BIONICLE. You're watching Disney Channel. Okay, we need that. And we need that. And we need that. And we need that. We need this to go right here. Make sure it's actually in the right spot. There we go. Aha. Correct color. We need this to snap on right here. We need to rotate it so that it layers over the top, just like so. That needs to be gunmetal. Yep. So you can see, like, he rapidly came together as soon as these shells started going on. That goes there. It's also gunmetal. It needs to be tilted back this way. Sort of like that. And then this needs to be flat silver. Although, actually no, it's pearl dark gray. I think it was originally silver, but I changed it. There we go, and that goes there. Okay, and then I'm probably gonna do this. Modify this to blare it out a little bit, and needs to tilt over that way, just a tiny bit. There we go. Copy mirror, snap that there. There we go. Just a few more pieces. Me when a mock has extremely wide shoulders. No reaction, apparently. What is your opinion on cutting/gluing parts to create new ones? I typically try not to do that. There's been a few occasions where I have done that in order to achieve a specific look I'm going for. But typically, if I can do it legit, I will. Specifically, like with characters with Noxus, where like his hands are just completely like glued together, essentially. It's specifically to give him a compact 4-finger hand design so that he can hold the knives in between his fingers. That's the main reason. The other character that I can think of off the top of my head that has that is Malice. She has a modified hand connector in her torso to connect to her neck because the default hand connector connection would collide with the construction. And at the point where when I designed it, I did not want to rebuild the entire torso to try and fix that. So I took a broken hand connector that had the little nub at the end, this part at the end. No, you can't see. This part at the end, it was broken, and I just took it, sanded it down flat, and then used that in the mock. So you can see that in the how to build video I released like last year. That looks a little sussy, doesn't it? I wonder why that works. Oh, wait. Oh, would you look at that? It does collide in real life. I didn't know that. Whoop. I did not give him 4 fingers for that reason. That is incorrect. That is not correct. Although technically he can. He won't. But he can. Trade you a shiny Eevee for a Bidoof. I don't need any shiny Eevees, thank you very much. I play Pokemon Go. I have shiny Eevee already. Several, actually. Not to brag or anything, but... Alright. You're the only one left. Complete the mission. I trade Arceus level 100 for Bidoof. Now we're talking. Every person on the GTS be like. Slope. 1 by 1. Okay, what the heck? Whatever. Those two go there, and then claw. There we go. Boop. Boop. How's my day going? That's been going pretty well, thank you very much. Had a busy day, but it's turning out well. I'm quite enjoying streaming for once. Usually I don't. Not too much, at least. I think the Thai music's helping me a lot. Bruh, just... snap, please. There we go. Snap before I snap. Alright. Actually, I should have just done this. What the heck is wrong with me? I need to pose these. So this rotates almost all the way around, basically until it collides, right? And then this one goes halfway. Nope. This one goes halfway between, sort of like that. And this one does the same thing, sort of like that. Yeah, I think this one has to touch there. That's it. And all I have to do is this, copy and mirror. And snap. There we go. That's Sherlock's pretty freaking complex torso. Let me go ahead and reassemble the one I have IRL. You may be able to catch shiny Eevees, but can you catch women? You shouldn't have to catch women. If they're running from you, that's a problem. In this video you were referring to when you mentioned the sanded down part. Is this the video you were referring to when you mentioned the sanded down part? Because I did not find that part. Is this the video? Did you link to something? Because I don't see a link. It probably got deleted if you posted a link. It's the how to build video for Malice. If you just Google Bionicle, how to build Bionicle mock Malice, you'll instantly find it, pretty much. You always run, but I run faster. Bruh. I hope we don't have any felons or offenders in chat. Have your Eevee hit the gritty. No. Shush. No Fortnite kids in chat, please. Alright. Torso. Toros. There we go. I feel like I should probably alter this piece to be black as well. It's silver on my version, but yeah. I know for a fact that this isn't exactly how this torso is built, but it's probably built a little bit sturdier than the original because of it. So, and it looks practically exactly the same, like, really good. So, yeah, if you guys didn't know, there were never any instructions or, like, breakdown images for Sherlock back when he won the contest. So, from the pictures I had of Sherlock, I basically had to reverse engineer this. So, in a way, this is kind of my mock, but it's not my mock. I do not take credit for it, despite me practically being the one that built this version of him. I'd love to know how close I got, though. Let me also save now that I made some significant progress. Metru head. Boop. Snap that on there. Make it gray. And Brainstock. We'll just go ahead and submodel this already. Just jump in so we have a clear view. All right. Axle 2 notched. It's towards the end of the torso build. There's no like parts list or anything for it. You just kind of have to watch the video and wait till it pops up. It's a hand connector piece. A silver hand connector piece, if that helps. What is Aruni's mask called? It's slipping my mind right now. There it is. Qualcy. Yeah, I was never going to guess that. Boop. There we go. Hey, it's Sherlock. Hey, what's up, guys? Sherlock here. I just want to say, I'm really happy to be a part of Night o' Nights, and to have won that contest back in 2015, 16, whenever that was. And no hard feelings to Connor for killing me or anything, but I'm just happy to be here. Why'd you have to say you cracked your back? Now I'm feeling sore. Alright. Let's get his arms done, which thankfully will be super quick, because they're basically just CCBS. We'll build him T-posing, I think. So we can just build it directly on his body. Wait, did I not submodel these? No, I did. Actually, I can probably just... Let's do this. Copy mirror. Boom. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. And then rename to lower arm view. Boop, boop. And gunmetal. And then he's got 2 of those inkwell pieces, which don't show up one by one. Pin. Tile. There we go. Everyone calls this the inkwell piece. I wish stud.io would update that to just show up when you search for inkwell. Alright, here we go. Some model, upper arm. Oh. Wait, what? Why is upper arm? I'm an idiot. I called the upper leg the upper arm. Rename all. There we go. Oop. Upper. There we go. If you kill someone, is it illegal? Yes. And YouTube is suspicious of you because you said that. Let's not talk about killing people, all right, folks? Even if it's just a joke. All right, kids, you know you shouldn't talk about killing people. Dude is now on a list somewhere. Whoops. FBI here. Looks like you've been acting sus on Wombat Combat Pictures streams. I'm afraid I'm going to have to visit your house. I don't know, Walt. You've been acting sus lately. Alright, guys. Say it with me. Tech. Con. Perp. I hope at least one person said it along with me. Nobody probably did. Alright, is that lined up? Yes. I know. Carl, that's talking about killing people. You guys are fun. All right. Cap hole. Boop, 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 boop. And then arm mechanical. It's usually the first one. Steve says I'm fun, but Steve isn't real. Is this llamas with hats lore? Okay, he's got gunmetal fingies. Whoop. There we go. And relax the thumb just a little bit. And move it in, like so. Whoop. And my stomach has the remedies that only hands can satisfy. Copy and mirror. You know, since we're talking about llamas with hats lore. Dang, he really T-poses to assert dominance pretty well, doesn't he? Alright, that's Sherlock body done. I just need to make his sword and shield now. Which, if you didn't know, Sherlock didn't originally have a shield, but I gave him one because this looks really cool on his arm. So, we'll do that. Go ahead and just build it on his back, I think. Spin it around. What's your opinion on the Duck Bricks fan-in contests? I enjoy them. I've voted in every single one so far, except for like the preliminary dinosaur rounds, I think. Because that contest didn't really interest me that much. But anything that has any like canon heavily canon influence I've been voting on, and so far I've been pretty satisfied with the results. I've actually built my own version of the canon Lariska, and eventually I want to make that into an Order Mata Nui files, probably after I tweak it a bit more, just to make it a little bit more my own, but it's going to be essentially the same character design. So expect a Lariska Order Mata Nui files at some point. And I never really cared for 2 yet, period. So I didn't really care about her canon contest too much, but I'm actually relatively satisfied with the winner there. I mean, I like everything Ibuki makes, but that was one of his more generic ones, if I'm being honest. I beg you, Wombat, read my confession. What confession? Did you make a confession? Talking about the fanon contests here, guys. As for if I'll ever, like, enter one, I'm thinking about it. There's a couple characters I'm interested in possibly entering, but I don't think those contests will be happening for a while. I'm only barely considering entering the Golden Skin Being contest, only because that would be kind of a plot-relevant character to Knight of Knights if I ever wanted to incorporate him. But I have an Ernak Spine piece, which... I'll probably save for that. But if I end up not feeling like making a Golden Skin Being mock, I will... I might rebuild whoever wins that myself and maybe revamp it a little bit if it needs it. What am I thinking of? Shield. Yeah, this. Which I'm looking forward to him. Bruh, what are you doing awake at 5 in the morning? Go to bed. Keep talking about blood. You are gonna end up on a watch list. Okay. Boop. Who is thinking of / creating the canon for BIONICLE these days? Well, official canon, nobody, because Greg got laid off from LEGO. So he was the last person at LEGO that still had any power over the G1 canon, at least. So BIONICLE G1 is truly fully dead now. As for the fans, I think a lot of people are still thinking about the canon, obviously. I mean, the Duck Bricks fanon contests are just one example, obviously. You know, it's funny, the Brutaka sword piece isn't labeled Brutaka at all on Bricklink. It's called the Lava Chamber Gate Sword because it was on the side of the gate of the Lava Chamber Gate Lego set, which is a BIONICLE system set, which no one knows about, or barely anyone knows about. Funny. And of course, Pearl Light Gray. Yeah, Greg got morbed. Greg got Thanos snapped from LEGO, unfortunately. He will be sorely missed. But he's now actually... Greg has a blog now, which I just recently found out. He has a blog, which he linked to on the TTV message boards. And he's posting new story content there. He's making his own original story, guys. Go check that out if you like Greg's writing. Which, I don't know if that's a controversial thing or not. Is Greg's writing controversial? I think most people would agree that Greg's writing is pretty good. I mean, who is moving the story? Is there someone who, at the whole, or at least some parts of the community, is standing behind as the main story creator? You gotta be more specific, because if you're talking about actual Bionicle canon, like legit, like you can put this on Biosector, then nobody. But there's probably a lot of people out there making their own like fan continuations and stuff like that. And you know, it's whether or not you would consider it canon is up to you. When it comes to fan works, at least. Okay. Axle. Tube. Notched. Make this one red if I can. Let's turn the filter back on. It's not gonna break. Okay, and then tech angle 2. What the heck are you doing? There we go. All right. Would you personally accept someone's story as canon if it was good enough? I mean, probably. Personally, what's canon to me is Night of Nights. That's because it's Night of Nights. I mean, even Night of Nights is written in such a way that it's an alternate timeline to the official Bionicle canon, so it's a bit of a gray area, if you ask me, whether I believe it's canon or not. To me, it's my fan interpretation of canon, so there's that. But everyone has their own fan story they're making. It's really whether you'd... The real question is, like, if someone finishes off the story serials that Greg left open and unfinished, whether, depending on how they end those, I may or may not accept it as canon. I would have to read them first, though, and I don't know of any. I wonder if the Matoro Claw... There it is. It's in default studio. Alright, that is the last one. Actually, I need one more piece, and it's just a pin connector. There we go. Alright, now Sherlock is done. There you go. Sherlock is T-posing, with his sword also T-posing as much as it possibly can. Whoop. That's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I know we have these fan-in contests of mocks and builds, but do you see something like this happening for a written piece or a drawn story? Like a fan continuation contest? Like a fan-in story contest? That would be interesting. I wonder if Duck Bricks has considered that. Like doing a writing contest for the ends of the story serials. I'm sure a lot of people would be interested in that. But then again, there would have to be something tangible as a prize for that, because I don't think anyone would really care too much about what the best fan interpretation of an ending for a story is, especially enough to, like, I'm just trying to imagine the logistics of this. Imagine, like, even, like, 10 people enter a contest for, like, the ending of The Powers That Be, for example. Imagine 10 people enter that. Who the heck is going to read 10 different endings, 10 different fan interpretations of an ending for The Powers That Be in order to vote on which one they think should be the community fanon right? I don't know how well that would work out. But I mean, it's worth consideration. Closest thing is that the Duck Bricks contests allow for drawn entries, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can enter art into the Duck Bricks fan-in contests, and some of them made it pretty far last time for the Red Star Zombies contest, if I remember correctly. And I think a couple for Lariska also did. How did the official writing contests work? Well, if I remember correctly, there's only like 3 official writing contest winners. And I think the vast majority of them, Greg, like, contradicted in his own writing at some point. So, whether they're, even though they were, winners of that contest, I don't know if they're technically considered canon. I think Dorek actually is one of the people who wrote one of those. But yeah, the idea of the contest for this wouldn't be to prize someone for the best story, but for the community to choose on the best of them all as the canon for the story. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is because it would only ever possibly be considered fanon, I think you'd have to have an actual prize, because that's how the current fanon contests work, is because you're not technically getting canonized as the prize. Your mock isn't getting canonized as the prize. There's a physical prize to make up for that, because nobody can canonize a mock anymore into G1 canon, at least. Right, shall we move on to the third and final mock for today? Mr. Glace. Noble Sir Glace. And good night, I stole your toast. Thank you for joining the stream and staying up late with us. You absolutely did not have to do that, but I thank you for your time and your strange chats. Alright, so this mock, guys, if you don't know, was designed by Kemzal on YouTube, who I think has left the BIONICLE community, at least for the most part. He might still be lurking, but he entered Glace, and if you go to his YouTube channel, you can find instructions on how to build this already. So this has been available for a while. I'm just building it in Studio because I can. And I actually have those instructions already embedded on the WCB website, so if you want to find it easier, it's linked in Glace's page on the WCB website. By the way, guys, did you notice there's a search function on the WCP website? I built this website. I didn't even know there was a search function on it until, like, yesterday. How the heck? So yeah, you can search the website for something if you get lost for some reason. And it works. Google Sites is something else, man. Imagine building your own website, not realizing it has features that you didn't plan for, but solely needed. I wonder. So my version of the mock uses these style hand connectors, so I might as well just use that. Dark bluish gray. Can't sleep, bed cringe. Go to bed! Go to bed! If you don't go to bed, it's your fault. If you can't wake up in the morning, it's your fault, not mine. I told you to go to sleep several times. Everyone else in chat can vouch for me. I will not be held responsible for your... I can't feel my vocabulary. I will not be held responsible for your irresponsibleness. Call it names. You just called him an it. That's already pretty rude. Oh no. Oh no. Boop. There we go. Alright, foot done. Moving on. I've been pretty out of the loop with the Bionicle community for some time with the exception of your vids and Duckbricks. Would you say that most of the activity is on places like Instagram? Most of the Bionicle community has been pretty inactive lately, if you ask me. Like, there's been a few people that have been, like, posting occasionally. But for the most part, I've mostly not been seeing a lot of activity on YouTube, on, like, well, pretty much anywhere that I mostly focus on. Instagram is always pretty regular, active, but I follow, like, most of the Bionicle mockists on Instagram that I know about, at least. So, yeah, it's... it's probably Instagram is where the most activity is, but that's just mocks. If you're looking for actual, like, anything, like, community-related, the most regular thing that's been happening recently has been the Duckbricks fanning contests, for sure. And I think those are on break until, like, January, at least. Will Cromock be involved in KoNKS? He will, just not for a little while. I mean, he's technically already involved in KoNKS. You can read up on his page on the WCP website if you want to know more about Cromock. Okay. What am I looking at? Foot! Now I'm spacing out. I see. I dug up my pieces like half a year back and wanted to get back into mocking. Maybe post some stuff. Well, that's good. The Bionicle community could use all the help it can get to stay relevant. So anyone and everyone who feels like they want to should post content. Do stuff. Keep the dream within alive. This is the only way Bionicle will stay a fan base. So if new people keep showing up to participate in the community. What are your taught on painting pieces? For example, the ones that are extremely good parts in general, but they, for whatever reason, exist in only one color, or very few ones. I think it's a fun challenge to actually try and build things with existing parts colors, but I have been known to paint pieces probably a lot. In fact, Sherlock has 2 painted Anika thigh armor pieces right here, but he only has those because I already had painted those for a different version, for an earlier version of Le Mera, and didn't want to waste them, so might as well. Let's see. Okay, that is this piece. Boop. Okay. Is this really... Oh, I was going to say, is that expensive? Do you paint those with airbrush / spray or regular brush? I usually paint with spray paint. If you spray paint a certain way, like you hold the can about 1 to 2 feet away from the piece, you can get a pretty even and thin coat over Bionicle pieces. The one thing you want to avoid is spraying too close and spraying in cold temperatures, because that absolutely screws up your paint job every time. And then I always cover everything I spray paint with a layer of gloss to protect it, so that it both kind of retains that Lego plastic sheen a little bit, and also, you know, it stays protected. What are your thoughts on free printing parts and masks? I think it's great. I think it's fine. I love most of the stuff that comes out of the 3D modeling community, and I have not printed my own, but used several 3D printed parts on my own mocks. You must be new here. I have not shied away from using 3D printed parts, ever. Yeah. I'm just teasing, messing around. What brand of gloss do you use for that? That might be very valuable information, as I've never painted before, but plan to. I think Krylon spray paint is like the default spray paint you can buy from Walmart. That's the one I usually get. You may not have a Walmart in your country if you aren't from the US, but I'm sure most of you are. But yeah, that's the typical brand. The usual process I go through for picking spray paints is I take a part of the color I'm trying to match with me to the store, compare it to the lid of the spray paint can, and I make sure I only buy spray paint cans that are ideal for plastic. If the spray paint doesn't work on plastic or isn't meant to work on plastic, probably don't want to use it on plastic. Sort of, you know, common sense. And then the same kind of goes for the spray gloss. You just pay attention to the sheen. If you don't want it to be too shiny, maybe go for some matte gloss. I guess there's no such thing as matte gloss, like matte sealer. But if you want gloss, look for spray gloss. And obviously something that is compatible with plastic. Yeah. So typically, if you have a spray paint aisle at whatever department stores or like grocery stores, whatever stores, hardware stores, you can typically do that same process and get pretty much similar results. Krylon and Rust-Oleum is usually the brand that I end up using because that's just the one that Walmart sells. Yeah. Not much to it, really. Kind of, once you've done it a couple times, you get used to it pretty quickly. And yeah, it's not complex at all. It's pretty, I'd say, idiot-proof. If you want to spray paint pieces, just make sure you're being careful. Also, did you try to sand down the parts before painting them so the paint holds stronger? Yeah, if you can rough it up a little bit, it helps, but don't rough it up too much because that will, if you spray paint thin enough, it will show through on whatever part you're painting. So you give it a little bit of a abrasion with something. Typically, though, if you've had Bionicle parts for a long time, they've already been scratched and scuffed up just enough to be perfect already. But yeah, definitely just play it by ear. Lift 3. Arm 3. Wow. Oh, I hate scrolling through this menu. What about ballpoints? Does the thin paint still allow movement? I would not suggest spray painting over ball joints because even if you put gloss on it, it's going to scrape off if you use the ball joint at all. Typically what I do is if I need to spray paint over a ball joint, I will do it, and then I will take a broken or like old, not very well frictioned ball joint, and I will just put it on there and I will just twist it around until it scrapes all the paint off of it, and then I'll just use it like that. Usually I'll paint over a part that is of a neutral color so it doesn't, you know, it doesn't look weird. But usually I don't spray paint pieces with ball and sockets on them, if I can help it. I wonder if George has gone to bed. Probably. I'm probably keeping him awake right now. Oopsie. Don't worry, we're almost done. Let's get a ball joint here. Sanding them down, applying the custom paint, and spraying a light layer of clear coat is such a tired and true method. Yeah, it's pretty pretty common for using spray paint. That's typically the process of doing it, but if you've never done it before, I can understand how it could be confusing. Boop. Boop. There we go. All right. Was thinking the same about the neutral colored parts to paint over for my future endeavors. Yep. It's past 11 p.m. You guys don't have to stay up and watch the stream if you don't want to. It's also past 11 p.m. where I live. Probably live in the same place or the same time zone. Chest plate. Custom parts. Hero factory. Here we go. Another one of those. That would have been really unfortunate if I couldn't use this piece. This mock. Yeah, so that connects there and up there. I think it needs to slide back just a little bit. There. That is that lower leg done. Another one with the big bell-bottom jeans design. Let's actually call it what it's supposed to be this time. All right, and then upper leg time. Another really simple one. And again with a sticker from 2015 that I won't be able to use. And I just realized this is a kind of a rare piece, I think. The black version of that. Might. I'm gonna do this later once I'm done streaming, but I have one of these, I think, in dark gray. Maybe it's the one with 2 holes. No, I'm just gonna make it the same way. I currently have it built, but I'll change it later if I need to. I have a part in gray on the Harbinger that is available in black, but is extremely expensive because it only came on one Star Wars set, and I'm thinking this might be the same one, but I'm not entirely sure. I might swap those out later because there's already a lot of dark gray on Glace, and I would ideally like to make all the parts black on the Harbinger that I can. In friction. Here we go. And boom, boom, boom. Okay. Then lift arm. Boop. Boop. Make that black. That true. Boop. And there. That is already white. Yep. And Hero Factory. Let's get the Hero Factory armor piece that he uses. This one. That just goes there. And that's already in white too. Yep. Now I just need to push pin this in. There we go. Yeah, this has the Kopaka decal on it, typically. It would have to be a color close to what I paint so it doesn't destroy the color scheme. Yes, exactly. Black or white is white is typically the best for painting, but white doesn't always fit with every color scheme, so black or gray is usually a good secondary color to choose from. Now, upper leg. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and save it as well. Glace.io. All right. You know what time it is. It's torso time. Disembowels Glace. Funny. Oh my god. He killed Glace. Wouldn't be the first time. Ooh. Alright. Rocky waist. In white. You ever listen to the music from the new One Piece movie? No! Nothing against anyone who likes One Piece, but I will probably never be interested in One Piece. 600 plus episodes is too much. It's too dang much. I know I could probably go and listen to the music without watching the show, but I don't care much. Yeah. So much typing is involved with this. Bonk. There we go. Basic tried and true chest design. Let me go ahead and just copy paste that piece if I can. Yep. Naruto? Nope. Not interested in that. I'm not interested in most anime, to be honest. I know I'm stereotyped as sort of a weeb, but I'm not actually that big a fan of most animes, or have seen most animes. Most of my Japanese interests are video games, believe it or not. All right. And most of those are just Toho. Contrary to popular belief, Toho is not an anime. Yes, exactly. All right, I'm gonna need to splay out his legs a little bit here. Fun fact, Glace was originally intended to be female, judging by the name Glace. But then I realized Toe of Ice are not typically female. And in the contest rules, I asked people to stay as close to canon as possibly could. So a lot of people made Glace male, and I had to, after the contest was already announced, come out and say, hey guys, you can make Glace male if you want to. And that's why Glace is male now. Cool story, bro. Unfortunately, nobody cares. Oh! Got him. Say it with me, guys. Con, tech, perp. I mixed it up that time. Bet you weren't expecting that. Now, were ya? Might be going a little feral. I've been awake for too long and haven't slept for too long. Con, tech, eng. Let's do this. I will build it sticking straight out. I know it'll look bad. Now, I know that looks bad. There we go. What are you doing down here, man? Would suggest listening to the main song of the movie. It's just as an anime enjoyer and a fan of good music in general, it's worth listening to. I'll probably check it out at some point after the stream. Can't check it out right now, though, because it's probably copyrighted. It's a good song. Maybe I'll add it to my playlist of songs to listen to on repeat. abiding by strict Bionicle lore. Unfortunately, that means you have like 90% male characters. Yeah, exactly. Translite blue. I think that is the correct color. Then hero, back, 3, shield. I probably didn't have to type that all out. Custom parts. There we go. Whoop. And these two should be light gray. So just homebrewing stuff is more fun usually. Sometimes. It's been good. I'm going to pack up my stuff. Bye-bye. Well, thanks for joining the stream and thanks for enjoying it. It's a pleasure having you guys here. By all means, don't stay up late watching me if you don't have to. Or if you don't want to. I'm just kind of here to chill at this point and finish building this mock. As soon as this mock is done, we'll be signing off. So, we probably won't be live too much longer. Not alive. Live. Oh god. It's not lining up. That bothers me. Why doesn't this have connectivity? Who the heck made this custom part? Maybe the axle's just not lined up on the actual piece. I love it. Don't you just love it? Don't you just love janky custom pieces? I'll tell you what pack doesn't have janky custom pieces. The Sido pack. Release 4. Now available. I don't know why I'm shilling so hard for the Sido pack. It's probably because he finally made the Kanohi Trina that I asked him to ages ago, but I'm super happy with it. Yeah, that's pretty much why. Heck, you can practically even say the Sido pack exists because I commissioned so many parts from him. I like the Sido pack. I'm going to use the default studio axles. Just because they look a little more factory clean when they're plugged into each other. Obviously, those are better models. But I kind of like the flush look of the default. Is this the right size? Yeah, it is. Bonk. There we go. I don't understand how people can build like this. I need the parts in my hands. Well, this isn't my first choice for building mocks, that's for sure. I'm not designing the mock right now. I'm just recreating it. So, unless it's something with parts I don't have, I don't typically use Studio to design mocks. God, this is a view. Lol. I just said lol out loud. Cringe. I just said cringe out loud. Oh god, this looks so sus. Nobody say anything. Will be fixed soon, please. Can't afford physical pieces. Ooh. Yeah, that hurts. It's painful. Okay. 2015 add-on piece. Come on. Come on. Bruh. Why you no snap. There we go. Bruh, just move, just slide. You gotta be so difficult all the time, man. Okay, there. That's perfect. Perfect. I think that is that section done. Now, select the whole thing, create a submodel, waist 8.1. And we rotate the whole thing down. And that is clipping a little bit. Rotate it up a little bit. I'm going to have to do in between motion so that it doesn't clip. There we go. Is that right? Yeah, that's as close as we're going to get without clipping. All right. Where'd it go? Okay. Now we need to do the back, which the waist still technically isn't done yet. We need another one of these right here. How does 3D printing fare with more standard pieces or things like ball joints? I usually just see masks. Resin printing is just as good as official parts, usually. I don't have a resin printer though, so I can't quite confirm that. I've seen video though of people using resin printed ball joints and stuff, and they work just fine. But like I said, I don't have my own 3D printer or resin printer to test. But I, from what I've seen, can vouch for its part quality. Man. There we go. There's quirks with studio pieces. Resin is more toxic than FDM printing. It sure is, which is why you need to do it in a well-ventilated area. AKA not your room. Okay. To put this up here and get some more Technic connectors. Guess that doesn't show up when you search. Oh, I'm looking in custom parts, that's why. There we go. Yeah, FDM is not as high quality as resin, depending on the printer you use at least. Okay, we want the frictionless version of the pin here in light gray. And I want to say that is all the construction for the waist done. So let's go ahead and submodel that. Just need to make sure the other pieces aren't selected and create the submodel waist. There we go. Now let's do the other waist cape, which I'm going to copy paste this one. Actually, we'll do copy and mirror, so it's a separate submodel. And rename it waist cape. View it. So we need, it's almost the same construction. We just need, yeah, a different piece here. So these thin lift arms with these. Okay. We'll just do this and slide one to the other side. There we go. That is it. That's already done. Flip these though, so that the ones are on the inside. There we go. Glace's waist capes are done. Yep. Now it's torso time. My concern was the texture more than anything. Yeah. FDM printing has like ridges on it. You'll typically need to sand them down if you want them to look closer to official Lego pieces. Yeah, there's also what Martin said. Finer FDM printers. But typically they can't get as high quality as resin printers. Time for the head, or not the head, the torso. Hey, there we go. I'm getting hungry, guys. Waist capes / armor are peak design. Yeah. That's why most people use them on their Bionicle box. Alright, just gotta recreate the torso in Studio. Now this one's gonna look messy because I don't think this piece, the Uniter chest plate, is available freely yet. So he's going to be missing his chest plate. I can probably throw on a placeholder to just cover things up, but overall he's gonna look a little barren because of that. Okay, that's interesting. It's been a while since I built this guy, so and he's not actually my mock design. This is 100% all Kemsel's design. So if you have any complaints, go to him. No, don't. Please leave. Please leave him alone. He probably doesn't want to hear from Bionicle fans right now. Maybe. I don't know. Alright, ball joint. 4. And let's just submodel this together. Actually, I should. Gosh, I hate this. There we go. Why is it doing that? Creating some metal torso. Phew. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Okay. Fortunately, I have work to do and will have to sleep for only a few hours before my next match. Go to bed or do your work. You can put me on the background, that's fine. But don't let me keep you awake. Best of luck. Yep. Good luck to you. Okay. Whoop. Make sure that is centered. Yep, very nice. Heck, con, perp. gray. Sorry if I'm not talking too much tonight, guys, because I have already said everything I have to say, and now I have nothing of substance to say. This is a WCP live stream. Thanks for watching. Wait a second. Is that? Ha 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 ha. I didn't even realize. That is not that piece, but this piece, the one with the friction ridges, yes, that one. Boop. There we go. All right, and heck, con 1. Yeah. It's just like, wait, where does this go again? Okay, we will put this. Lined up with that piece. There we go. I have to go and borrow some money, then go to the bank and put them into my bank account, and then I have to send them to a random guy I found on Facebook when I'm buying a whole lot of Bionicle parts from. Hope he doesn't scam me. Good luck with that. Gotta be careful with those Facebook sellers. Sometimes they'll scam you. Make sure they actually, before you send them any money, make sure they're not just taking pictures from the internet and saying that they're selling that, but don't actually have one for sale. I think that's a thing, right? I don't know. I recommend Facebook Marketplace for buying used bonks, but I've never actually used it before. Been thinking about doing a video, sort of in the style of the mask unboxing videos, where I buy those Amazon, like 1 pound lots of Bionicle parts and just seeing what I get. I've read the reviews for those, and almost everyone is just like saying this is kind of a ripoff. Don't buy these. I'm kind of curious. So if I ever feel like wasting money and don't have content to make, I will. I'll probably do something like that with that. Okay. God, my hands are shaking now. This is what gamer subs does to you. Energy drinks and somewhat. I shouldn't have an empty stomach. I just ate food. I just ate Waffle House, guys. I just been to Waffle House. Why am I shaking? I'm not nervous. Guess I'm just tired. What is wrong with me? Maybe I should go see a doctor. They don't disappoint. Some of my favorite mocks spawned from Amazon junk. Interesting. I mean, you're not really, you wouldn't ever get what you pay, or what you're looking at in the, like the images on those, because it's just an image of a pile of random parts. So I doubt you'll ever get anything valuable from those, but the, you might get some interesting pieces. Okay. Oh, palm sweaty, mom sketty. Oh, I love some spaghetti right now. Sorry guys, I'm just Thai vibing right now. Honestly, there should probably be a 4-long axle going through here to connect there, but I will not be changing it now. Thin lift arm. In the same group, I found a person who was actually like one of the very few from my country into Bionicle and went and bought like 10 kilos of Bionicle from them. Holy cow. Nice. Well, nice job. I'm gonna put those there and these here and here. And we are going to regret putting those there. Slide these to the front. Okay. Put this one back. Yep. Slide these forward to there. I think that's right. Actually, no. No. Axle notched. Boop. I'll fix it though. Bruh. Snap. There you go. Snap. Okay. Have you ever made a Transformers-inspired mock? No. Believe it or not, I am one of the few Bionicle fans who are not a Transformers fan. I know, shocking, right? Cool robots are cool, but I never found Transformers cool. Again, nothing against anyone who likes Transformers. It just never interested in me. Interested in me. I am shocked. Yep. Was always more into building toys than action figures anyway, so that's my excuse. We'll do this again. Just move this out of the way. Keep it on the grid. Although considering what Michael Bay did, I don't blame you. You probably hate me for this, but the only Transformers content I ever enjoyed ever was the Michael Bay movies, and I honestly thought they were pretty good. But that's because I wasn't a Transformers fan. Same thing with the Lego Ninjago movie, right? I've never been a Ninjago fan, but I've always been a fan of Lego, and you know, they make a movie in theaters with a Lego property. I'm gonna go see it, right? So I went and saw the Lego Ninjago movie. I thought it was good. Yes, I was the audience they were marketing towards. People who had never heard of Ninjago and didn't care to learn. There we go. I grew up with it, so I'm conflicted with the Bay films. That's fine. Honestly, I don't think they're really amazing movies, but they were fun, right? Like they weren't like groundbreaking or anything. The effects were good, and it was fun to watch. That's about it. But still, all right. Let's get the other connectors I need. I can just type KoNKS and get the same pieces. Darn, you learn something new every day. Okay, those go there. They were groundbreaking for their time. I guess so. 2007 Transformers had better CGI than modern day Marvel. In some cases, I would agree with you. Yeah. In certain moments, thinking Laura Thubbin blunder. Most notably, it's probably the worst effects I've seen in a Marvel movie in a long time. And anytime they have to superimpose a live-action head on top of CGI, it always looks weird. Oh. Right, 180 euros. Does that sound like a good deal to you or not? For the 15-ish sets and loose parts from them in it. 180 euros. Is the euro still roughly about equal or less than the US dollar now? I remember hearing something about it depreciating for a bit there. But usually it's a little bit more valuable. How many sets was it? 15-ish. I could see that being worth it. About a little more than 10 euro per set. Depending on the sets, that could be a good deal. Especially if they're like Titan size sets. They're canister sets, maybe not. Depending on the canister sets. Alright, let's see. I gotta check to see how this layers with this armor piece, because I think it's a little bit more complex than that. Does it? Or is it? Maybe not. I think it just goes inside. Alright. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Almost done here, guys, with this torso. I need this piece here in white. And then another of you. And you, actually. Boop. Boop. There. And there. And come on. Why don't you snap? This stuff should be easy. Come on, man. All right. Tech push. Oop. Okay. And I need barb. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. They're both turned about 45 degrees. There we go. Now I'll just do this. Copy and mirror. Oops. Oh. Boop, 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 boop. Copy and mirror. There we go. Oh, my favorite tie saw. Alright, I gotta do something real quick on the main model. I need to go here, double click this, and rotate it. Out to here. Yeah. There we go. All right, back to the torso. Views are going down. What the heck is happening? It's almost midnight. That's what's happening. No surprise there. Alrighty. Okay, let's do this. Boop. Boop. Get the color right. Okay. Lift 3. Hope you guys are still enjoying the stream. I know it's still going. But that's just how I roll. Nice mock. Thanks, it's not mine. This mock was designed by Kemzol for a contest that I ran several years ago. And I'm just now finally getting around to building it in studio, so I can use it for story stuff. Big chillin'. As usual, if you guys want to ask any questions, that's perfectly fine. I can answer them while we're streaming. It's the whole point of live streaming, right? I remember the days when there were contests all over YouTube. Yeah, those days are kind of long gone. Now most people do contests in Discord, if there's any contests at all. I like to bring our Discord mock contests back at some point. They were just... The reason I stopped them is because they were just another thing to worry about keeping up with. And you know, when you're trying to be a YouTuber and produce all sorts of other content at the same time, it's not really ideal to be screwing around with a bunch of extra stuff that you don't need to worry about. $216.63 for what seems to be 4 rock sheet, 4 to 5 Hero Factory small ones, 4 Glatorians, 3 Vaki, 4 Anika, some Paraka and some Baraki, Von Nebula, like 5 more kilos loose parts, and some cool masks. Transparent mirror, for example, does that seem worth it for this? I'd say the Rakshi, Vaki, and Hero Factory sets are probably pretty low value. But loose parts are probably where most of that value comes from. I'd say that's probably worth it. Especially if you need parts. If you're just looking to collect sets, I wouldn't say a bunch of Rakshi and Vaki are usually the best thing to spend a lot of money for. You can pretty much get the Rakshi, the Vaki, and most of the small early canister sets from G1 for pretty cheap. Like, I think I paid in like 2017, 2018, I think I paid like $7 for 2 Vaki. $7 each for 2 Vaki. So they were used and not in canisters, but you know, the sets themselves don't really have too crazy high value, especially Vaki. But more Bionicle's always good Bionicle, right? All right. Did I get this right? No. No. This entire thing is built backwards. How the heck did I manage that? I need to do something. I need to do something about it. Click that. Click that. Move it. Moving this out of here. that, and I think these parts, this part, to just rotate around like that. There we go. Did I get that right? I think I forgot. Yeah, I forgot one of the washers. Oh, I grabbed it. Nice. There we go. I think that's correct now. Oh, nope, one more thing. These need to be swapped around. There we go. Oh my gosh, am I just swapping everything around? What is going on here? Yeah, hang on a second. Oh. Brain fart? Oh, I know what's backwards. It's these parts. Wasting time. Gotta get that, gotta get that watch time, right? Let's see, did I grab everything? Yes, I did. I promise I'm not doing this on purpose, guys. I swear. Okay, that time I forgot a piece. Just, there you go. Boop, boop. Okay. This is supposed to go here, like that. Yep. All right. Good. Now time for armor. I display the complete figs, minus dupes, and use the rest for mocks. If you're a builder, then it might be worth it. Still on the higher end of what I'd pay. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much disposable income you have. For me, well, I probably wouldn't pay $200 for a big lot of Bionicle, but that's mostly because I already have too much Bionicle and don't want to overstock my bins because I won't be needing so much practically all the time. Soonish. But yeah, be. How did that go? Was it supposed to be like that? I think that's how that's supposed to go. Yeah. Okay. Need to do one more thing here. Is this needs to be rotated actually all the way down here. I forgot about that part. Like that. Which, that's a bit illegal clipping, but it's fine. That's the way it's supposed to be. I really like it since it's mostly G1 stuff, which sees more rebuildability in my opinion. If you were a Toa, what element would you be? What would your mask power be, and why? Fun fact, there's an entire story about what I would be if I was a Toa. It's called Night of Nights. It's actually out right now. It's completely out, and on the WCP website, you can go read it. Noxus isn't actually as much of a self-insert as people think he might be for me, but he's if I could choose exactly what element and mask and everything I would have as a Toa, I would probably try to make myself look and have as many of the same powers as Noxus as possible. I just think he's neat. Not very rich as of this moment, but I've always had a dream to one day have a room where I can build stuff without ever thinking that I might not have this part. Just a place with infinite parts. Yeah, that's the dream, right? Well, no, that's not the dream, TM, but that's a pretty good goal to have. A good pretty. Let's get this mock finished, shall we? I'll give it a read in the morning. Oh, sweet. Honestly, it's probably best to read over the course of several days, because it's like 200 pages, but if you like reading, it shouldn't be, or if you do a lot of reading, it shouldn't be too bad to read in one sitting if you really wanted to. Or if you want to wait, the audiobook version of it will be coming out on my channel later next year. Early next year, hopefully. And that's going to be the ideal way to consume the book once it's out. But for now, this is the only way. This is the only way. Let's get the back piece placed on. Oh, whoops. I didn't put that in the torso build. Let's fix that. So that goes there. Oh, what am I doing? Here we go. That goes there. Need another one of these. Just kind of layers on top. There. That should be light gray. And then this is an interesting part here. Okay, it's probably here, right? Oh, it's under a large figure part. I would not have expected that. That just kind of attaches right there. It's that simple. Oh, there's clipping. What the hey? Okay, so if I remember correctly, this is specifically not supposed to be plugged in all the way. Gosh, that has to come like almost all the way out for that. No. There. Yeah, a bit of an illegal sort of connection there, but that is, I'm pretty sure how that's supposed to go on. I might be doing this wrong. I'll have to double check later, but yeah. Sorting does make a big difference if you're willing to, if you're trying to get into building mocks. Definitely try and figure out how to sort your piece, or figure out a way to sort your pieces if you can. I think I figured out why it looks illegal. You know those parts that I thought were backwards? Yep. Those parts that I thought were backwards were actually the right way around, even though they were backwards according to what I was building in person there. Awesome. Let me fix that. Actually, I think I can just... No, actually. Let me just reverse the whole thing again. Gosh. I'm sorry, guys. I promise I'm not trying to waste anyone's time. I just suck at this. Alright. Let's first make this flush again. And then we'll scooch this in. There we go. Yeah, that works better. Now, once again, flipping these pieces around. So they're supposed to go on like that. See, look at how those kind of wrap around that piece back there. That is what's supposed to happen. I just hope the atoms align in just the right way so that the parts clip higher. Dang. That's some wishful thinking right there, huh? And yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got everything else there correct. So yeah, these kind of just sit there and they act as filler. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. 1, 2. 1, 2. There. Hi, Jamie Welsh. Welcome to the stream. We are actually almost finished up here with the final mock for today. I just need to find a suitable placeholder piece for this. If I was to guess... Let me just check something here real quick. Go back to BrickLink. Uniter. 1R, please. Find the part ID for chest plate. Okay, 24193. 24193. Yeah, obviously it doesn't exist. Main, yeah. No, not this. Oh, are you talking about suggesting parts? Yeah. It's the Uniter chest plate. You know, with the specialty printing and the million pistons on it. I could use Lego Mario as a chest plate. That would be funny, right? What I'll probably do is just use the other CCBS chest plate and then put one of those attachment pieces on top of it. Large chest. Just like that. That'll work as a decent placeholder for now. Here's what I usually do when it comes to making placeholder parts that are just two different parts assembled together. Typically just clip them together, make them their own submodel, and call it the part it's supposed to represent, like that, and then attach it. So there we go. Yeah, and that basically accomplishes the same look. So at the very least, he's not open-chested. In fact, we'll actually just disobey physics here in order to sort of place it in the right spot. So that is supposed to be that. pretty close. I think it works. And yeah. It's probably close to how that piece was developed too. Use the Hero Factory Brain Attack chest armor. I think that's what this is, right? It's pretty close. Yeah. Alright, torso finally done. Let's get these arms finished so we can go to sleep. Alright, let's get the... how do I want to do this? I will probably just build it as a submodel for now, or in the submodel for now. So we'll do that. Copy that. Oop. Create a submodel, upper arm, and then view in submodel form. Alrighty. Igniter armor piece. So glad this piece exists in studio now. Holy crap. Alright, and oop. Just gonna do this for a second here. Is that right? No, this has to go here. Yeah. Does that not snap there? There we go. I'm just doing this to guide the connection point. Yeah. That should be flat silver. And then the rest of this is pretty simple, so I need a blue pin. With friction. Right there. Connects there. And then I need axle 3. Going to bed too. Added the stream to playlist. We'll watch the rest of it tomorrow. Good luck with Kongs. Hope it gets the attention it deserves. Thank you, and thank you for watching. I really appreciate it, guys. Again, you don't have to sit through the rest of the stream if you don't like to, if you don't want to. It's you know, it is what it is. Be responsible. Go to sleep at a decent time. I think these holes aren't quite lined up the way they're supposed to be. It's interesting. Huh, weird. Okay. Snap. It's not snapping. Can it snap anywhere? Alright, it snaps there. Let's just see if it centers perfectly. Okay, yeah, this piece is just a tiny bit thinner than 3 long, which is not accurate, but it's the most accurate piece we've got. So, it is what it is. Tech, com, perp. This goes here. Snaps in the middle and is dark gray. Right? Yeah. Then we need a Technic. What is it usually called? Pole? No, it's usually called a pole reversal. Pole reverser. Technic axle with reverser handle. Yeah, I should have typed Technic reverser. Okay, that goes there. That is also dark gray. And then need to get some bushings. Bush. Boop and boop. Put those in place. They're supposed to go. Like that. Make them light gray. Technic axle. I mean, if you search Technic axle, it's gonna bring up a million results. I I want to narrow it down enough so that it's just right here, and I can click on it. That's how I typically do things. So when I type axle 3, the next piece I need is right here, right? All right, and then tech ball. There we go. This is the reddish brown piece. This is black, and then thin lift arm. We'll snap that to the end and snap another one right on top of it. Make them both dark gray. Then we'll slide one down perfectly like that. Connect the whole thing to the bottom here. Then slide this up. Let's do this the smart way. No, that's not the smart way. There we go. Haha. Alright, perfectly lined up. That is the upper arm. Looks a little funky by itself. Funky. But yeah, that is that. Ooh. My butt is getting sore. Alright, we'll go ahead and I have a solution that'll save us a lot of time. I'm going to open a mock that I already have built, Atron, who basically uses the same lower arm design as Glace. If you didn't know, I got this lower arm design from Glace. I just need to modify it. Right. Boop. View. We'll go ahead and close Atron out as well, because we don't need it anymore. Now let's color correct. So, I think a few things are different. Like this piece is shorter. This piece is not here. This piece is light gray. This piece is a different piece. This piece isn't here. This piece is also light gray. This piece is also light gray. This piece is not here. And these two pieces are dark gray. Right. Yep. And then I need an axle 4. Like that. Take that and then slide it down. Actually, we'll do this first. Slide this down to there. And then slide this down to there. Roughly. I think. Yeah. And I need an axle 2 notched. Right here. And this piece goes there. And is flat silver. No, this is white, actually. There we go. That is Glace's lower arm. I stole your toast has returned. Welcome back. Thanks for returning. And not being responsible and going to sleep. Glad to have you here, but are you insane? Have you happened to go completely insane? Alright. We're also going to save time here with this. Copy-paste Sherlock's hand as well. And then just adjust the colors. Work smarter, not harder. Boop. And these actually are supposed to be pearl light gray, and so is this. Oh, these have to be flat silver because they are the thick lift arm variant. There we go. Alrighty. I think that about does it. Oh, we need to make his head, obviously. He kind of needs a head. So let's do this. Rotate the whole arm outward so it's not so awkwardly sitting there. We'll put it at a 45-degree angle. We need to copy and mirror this one. We can just copy this one because it's the same both directions, and then copy and mirror the hand. Now let's go ahead and fix the names. We don't want copy to be in the name. Rename all. Yep. Hand copy. Rename. Okay. Rename. Upper arm mirrored. Yeah, that's fine. Hand copy, mirror, rename. There we go. Whew. I prefer having the finger on the inside of the hand as opposed to the outside. A lot of people do. I do it that way because it makes, like, when you make a fist out of the hand, it makes it look more like a fist. It's just my personal preference. Doing the hand this way kind of makes it harder for it to look like weapons are being held, but also you can't use this piece to do weapons if you have this piece, or if you have the fingers on the inside. But there's the alternate version. However, then it kind of collides with the thumb. So it's, for me personally, this is the ideal convenience of hand designs, convenient hand design to use. But that's just my personal preference. Oh, I just came to say hi, so I'm going back to sleep. Go to bed. It's freaking past 5 a.m. for you. Like, what are you doing? Crazy. I forgot one last thing in the torso. It's just the neck joint. Super simple. Pin friction. Put a blue pin here. The ball joint on that. And then turn the main model. And then we need one of those double socket connectors. Under Hero Factory, I'm pretty sure. Was I looking at it? There it is. That piece. Now this is easily changeable if you don't have any of these pieces, because these pieces are ridiculously rare. You can just change this out for a different connector. But this is the one Kemsall used, and I originally gave him a Mata head and put a hand connector on the back of the Mata head, and that's how I connected this before. But now I've updated it to the actual correct one. So there's that. And this is his neck joint in its entirety. Let's just go ahead and copy the head from Sherlock as well, because that'll make things easy. We should also save. I haven't saved for a long time. Head copy, rename just to head, and view. Delete that. Delete that. We need the other eye stalk. This one. And get the trans light blue. Man. Look at the, oh, you can't see it. There's $4 signs next to it showing that this piece is extremely expensive on Bricklink right now. All right, and the Mata Nui is Nuju mask. Boom. There we go. Nice. biopack model does not line up with the eyes the way it's supposed to. It lines up if you look from below, but if you look from straight on, this one lines up with the eyes, but this one doesn't. We need more eye stock variety out there. Yes, we do. I am going to fix this, even if it involves parts clipping. There we go. Yeah. That's so annoying. I don't get why it's so hard to place the axle in the right spot on the back of the mask. Of course, I'm not a 3D modeler, so yeah, I guess I can't really complain. And there we go. Oh, we still got this to make. Totally forgot. The most complex weapon out of all three of these guys. Whoopsie daisy. All right, better get started. Glace himself, though, is done now, which is good. All right, let's get this over with. This is quite an intensive staff design. So what is this? A 2, 3, 4, 5 long axle. Axle 5. We'll make it light gray, and then pep bush. Put those on there. Make it a submodel. Yeah. View. All right. Just snap on the end, please. Thank you. Ah, so meticulous. I'm trying to make this as fast as possible for you guys. There we go. And now, next one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think. Why you know snap. There. Alright, the light gray is way more expensive than the dark gray, so I will go with the black. What did I just say? The light gray is more expensive than the black, so I'll go with the black. There we go. Alright, let's do this. Go. Copy that one. Oh man. You gonna snap anywhere along this, please? There we go. You gotta find a snapping point, otherwise you can't just slide it to the correct position. There we go. And to there. And to there. Alright. Why so complex? It has Not that piece either. All right, bye, Jamie Welsh. Thanks for joining. Tech angle 3. Sorry, I'm trying to focus and get this done so I can go to bed, and you guys can also go to bed. I mean, kind of figured the stream would go this late, but I was not intending for that. All right, we'll make this red since it's completely hidden. We'll just attach that. Why you no snap? That is going to be obnoxious, isn't it? There we go. What the heck? That's where it snaps. This axle hole is not centered. Oh, that's gonna bother me for the rest of my life. Okay. Oh, good. Is this part? Thank you, Kemsol. You're a blessing. This next part is just this part again. So just copy paste the whole thing. There we go. That saves me a lot of time. Oh, and actually, this part was also supposed to be there. Haha. Alright, now for the top. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 5 long axle. Be sure that's this. Also 5 long. There we go. Uh-huh. For some reason, most of these axles in Studio only have one snapping point on one end, so you have to like keep flipping the axle around in order to get the snapping point on the accessible side. Okay, is that? Yeah, that's perfect. So many washers. All right, next part. Okay. We need one of these, and it needs to face that direction. You don't need sleep, huh? Everyone needs sleep. I mean, I am perpetually nocturnal because my work requires me to be, so that's kind of my deal. Then we need 2 of these. Both of them need to be that color, and move them down. Whoop. Okay, and then, oh, I got this backwards. Bruh. Snap right there. Haha. That's what it was supposed to look like. Alright. Now, we need one of these. Right here. And we need to get a axle 3 with a stud. Down here. And then slope. That goes there. And that is trans dark blue. Yep. And then we have another one of these right there. Okay. There we go. That needs to go there. This needs to go there. And then We need some blades. First of all, the Mari dagger piece goes here. In pearl light gray. And then we need light. Yeah, the staff of light piece, which goes here. Also in pearl light gray. All right. Now we need to greeble it up. So let's get one by one round plates. And we need to put one here, one here, one here, and one here. And that's that. These two are going to be trans dark blue, and these two are going to be light gray. Okay, we need a 1x1 modified plate with these pieces on it. Good, they line up. That's exactly what I need. Both of these should be light gray as well. And we also need a couple of these clip pieces. They're going to go here. And I need one of those dinosaur tail pieces to snap. Well, why you no clip? Seriously? There's no connection point. Why? Dinosaur tailpiece really doesn't have a connection point? Are you serious? Can't be right. It connects to that. Wonder if I move it down here if it'll work. Is it the clip? Please don't tell me it's the clip. Oh. For some reason the connection point isn't lined up. Stupid. Okay, that works. All right. All right, then we need rotate this to be like lined up with that. There we go. That is light gray. That is pearl light gray. Or flat silver. Now pearl light gray was the better one. Okay, copy and mirror. Put that there. Actually, we'll do both. Copy and mirror. There we go. Bruh. There we go. Okay. Super complex design here. Got a couple of these here and here. Both of these are going to be in flat silver. We'll just leave them poking out like that. All right, last but not least, it's a habit, okay? I can't not say it. Axle to notched. Fun fact, your mocks are so cool and interesting. Thank you, Gamer Golden 19. Appreciate it. And it takes so much to refocus the camera on the parts we're working on. Come on. Okay, whatever. So cool, I definitely didn't steal the design of one of them. Hey, you're welcome to use whatever designs you see that I've made. I have no care in the world of how you use your Lego. Just don't. The only thing is just be a decent person and don't go around just claiming that design is your own. That's the only thing. You don't have to mention that you got it from me, but don't be like, hey guys, look at this design I made. Because that's just rude. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. It's always best to give at least some sort of credit. I have a question. Where do you get your pieces? I always search for them and not find them. I just have a lot of pieces from my collection over the years, and also Bricklink if I'm missing something. That's it. Nothing much else to it. Okay. Almost done here, guys. Line it up and rotate it. This kind of just sits here freely, but it's held in place due to friction, essentially. So that is Sherlock's staff. Not Sherlock, Glace's staff. I have too many characters. Ta-da! Dang, that blue appears lighter. Thanks, green screen. Look at that. Cool. Alright. And with that, save. And look how wide this thing is. I should probably throw a pin on here real quick, just for the accuracy. Boop. There we go. That's Glace. And his staff is huge. Huge. What's this guy called? That's Glace. Glace. Alright guys, well that's gonna be it for today. We got a lot done today. 3 new mocks. 3D modeled. Sort of. Glace is not totally complete. But everyone else is as good as they're gonna get. So we have Kafu. Who do I have right here? Kafu. He's physically and 3D modeled now. Sherlock, who's T-posing to assert dominance. And last but not least, Glace. I like the gold. Thanks. None of these mocks are my original creation, by the way. These were all built by other people as winners, as part of a contest that I held a couple years ago. And their mocks won and became character designs for characters in my story. Which, speaking of my story, for anyone who just joined this, Night of Nights Book 1, you know those story videos I made? Night of Nights Book 1 is done. And you can go and read it right now. WombatCombatPictures.com, link in the description. But yeah, otherwise, other than that, that's going to do it for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.